Welcome to Chicago in what could be a historic night in Bellator MMA. Off the banks of Lake Michigan, Chicago is known for plenty of things, but among them, one of the most iconic skylines in the world and home of the first skyscraper.
Well, thank you so much, Amanda, and we are ready for our first featherweight matchup. We have got Cody Law coming in at a 6-2 record against first-time Bellator newcomer Edwin Chavez at 6-4. Our tail of the tape for this featherweight matchup.
Well, John, what I'm looking at right now with Edwin Chavez is the reach. He's got that 2.5-inch reach advantage. I'm doing the math in my head right now, making sure.
Making sure.
Keep him on the edge of that jab to avoid those takedowns.
And we have the very cool voice of Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. And above all else, we thank you for your patience as we get set now to begin here at Bellator MMA. Bellator 297 from Chicago gets underway right now with 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing blue corner at 5'11", weighing in 146 pounds. His professional record: 6 wins, 4 losses, out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Introducing Edwin Chavez. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 145 pounds even. As a professional, he brings 6 victories, 2 defeats. By way of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, he fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, presenting Cody Law. And your referee in charge, Mike Cimarusti.
Mike Cimarusti, our referee for this, our beginning fight of the night, featherweight matchup. Cody Law against Edwin Chavez.
Round one, fight!
You know, Josh, Cody Law came into Bellator 5-0 as an amateur. He's done all of his pro fights here. He was 6-0. He's lost his last 2. What does he have to do to change course on what's happened?
It's a mentality, John. You know that. He's going to have to change kind of what he was getting comfortable in. He really came in as predominantly a wrestler, started getting real comfortable on his feet, got away from his wrestling. Then people started figuring out that he was falling in love with his stand-up, and those changes, I think he needs to go back. Beautiful right hand, but he needs to go back into utilizing the striking with his wrestling.
That was a beautiful job of him catching the kick there and making Chavez pay off of that.
Cody's got really fine stand-up, and what I love about Cody is he steps off after he lands and he creates another angle to try to land another shot. I'd like to see him mix in the wrestling, because what that does, that opens up your striking a little bit more in the boxing area.
Well, yeah, you take a look, he was an NC2A national champion in wrestling. He wrestled at Penn State, left Penn State, went to University of Pittsburgh, Johnstown, won an NC2A title. So this is a guy that someone, told us long ago, this is one of the best prospects out of ATT.
Yeah, but you understand, John, as we've heard this before many times, you can be the best prospect in the gym, but it has to do with what you can do in that cage. And he came out on fire in his first couple fights, and he was developing as a fighter, progressing as a fighter, as you want to see is when they're young and talented like that. So, but as he started falling in love with his power, he started falling in love with the boxing, he got away from what got him to the dance.
Why is it that you always see wrestlers changing over into, I get success with my hands, and now that's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be just a power puncher?
Well, because our whole lives, John, I come from a wrestling background. we had to work really hard, and striking seems a lot easier.
There is not quite the grind. Nice shot, big right hand by Cody Law right there. Edwin Chavez taking a lot of damage. You can see the marks on his face already. Cody's being very accurate with his shots.
Yeah, Chavez got to keep that jab pumping, though, to keep Cody at the end of it so he can avoid the takedowns, but also keep away from that big left hook.
What do you think about Chavez moving to his left into the power of Cody Law?
I would suggest he go to the right, obviously, but I also think he's got to start opening up those leg kicks on the inside to keep Cody loyal with his striking and his boxing.
Nice kick by Cody Law. Set that up well. Beautiful combination. It's a big difference that we're seeing is he's throwing 3s and 4s, not just 1s and 2s.
See, this is where I think Cody gets most of his work done. in a positive way in terms of controlling the tempo of the pace of the fight, and then also doing the work from the top, really grinding on fighters. That's what wrestlers are known for. Why get away from that? He's so talented on the feet, but this is where I see him having most of his success.
In this position right here, why does he not just move himself to mount?
Because that right there, John.
That's a big, heavy shot by Cody Law. Edwin Chavez having a rude welcoming to the Bellator cage. Cody Law all over him. He has not had a moment where he's been able to rest.
This is a very familiar position for Cody Law in terms of the riding position in the wrestling department as well as for MMA. Sit him to his hip, keep breaking him down, make him work to get back to his feet, spend energy that he doesn't want to spend. He's trying to hand fight right now, Chavez is, but he's not able to try to get back up to his feet. While you're hand fighting, you gotta be looking to stand up the whole time.
One of the things that Chavez said coming into this fight is that, you know, he trains at 7,000 feet in elevation, and he believes that he can wear Cody Law out. He's looking for the long haul, third round type of finish.
Well, I think what he did was he saw in Cody Law's first loss was that he started to get tired as the fight went on because his opponent kept pushing on him, making him work. Cody, that was just inexperience. What that was is Cody had landed big shots, had hurt his opponent, had kept chasing the finish, and when he wasn't able to get it, it worked against him and backfired. But I think he's remedied that situation, though.
Yeah, he's looking fantastic right now. Keeps on looking for that left hook.
This is one of the most underutilized positions in the sport right now. See how he's kicking the legs out. A lot of fighters right now are wrestlers. What they do is they keep dropping down the legs. Nice shots from Cody Law from the top. They keep dropping down the legs trying to get the lift in the double leg when in fact you can start looking to hit foot sweep, and that's a lot less effort. You don't spend as much energy. And the results are still the same if you can get it.
Beautiful job of riding his hips over the top, just flowing with the motion here. Cody Law looking good. Ending this first round. A lot of damage done.
Round easy up.
Here, fool, sit down, Here. Fool, Edwin, you need to throw, fool. You're just moving. Fool, you have to throw, fool. You have to engage. You're moving well, and you're making a miss, but fool, he's feinting now and making you go into them and throwing kicks, where you have to freaking return fire. You can't just let him throw, fool. You have to throw to his body. You have to freaking throw to his legs, and you're using the face well, fool, but you have to actually throw. Let the hands go, fool. All right? That was nothing.
You can hear Chavez corner telling him what he has to do. He's telling him you got to stick and move. You can't just stand in front of him and let him get off. You got to make him respect you. You got to throw back at him to make him respect you. This is what he's talking about. He's moving straight back, putting his back to the fence. And Cody's able to get off with the right hands, get to the clinch, and do the dirty boxing that Randy Couture made his career out of. And this is what I was talking about. It's the wrestling, even though the wrestling's there, it's just utilizing the foot sweeps. So you're not using as much energy that make you tired, and did good work from the top.
Yeah, if you're talking about coming off of 2 losses, Cody Law just had a fantastic first round here. No doubt he took that round.
But I like what Chavez did when he first came out, right away establishing the kicks, which will keep him at bay. Use that the long limbs that you have, the inside kicks and the long jabs. This is what he needs to do. His trainer got through to him in between rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, and the one thing his trainer was so right is, look, you're not going to do anything if you're not throwing. You've got to get busy. You've got to start making him have to deal with something.
But John, you have to remember, in your debut, you tend to show too much respect to the person that's in front of you when you're in a big promotion.
True. Beautiful takedown by Cody Law. Now we're almost into side control position. Cody has been just dominating all the positions of this fight, be it on the feet or on the ground. There hasn't been a moment that he hasn't really been in control.
But I like how Chavez came out to start the second round, try to establish himself and get respect.
Trying to get respect. Not easy to do sometimes when you're in there. Possible triangle if he looks to like. Nice movement by Cody Law on top. Now, what is it about the wrestlers in the half guard position that they just fall in love with?
Well, I think anytime you're able to pin someone's back to the canvas and able to control them from that position, you fight hard from that position. Most jiu-jitsu fighters, they're comfortable there, so it makes it even easier for the wrestler to pin them to that position. I keep going back to Randy Couture because he made his career off this half guard. He would put himself there because he knew it was a much easier way to establish control of the person underneath him.
Yeah, he would clamp down on that leg and just hold your hips down on the ground and just do work, do damage, and just beat you down to where you were not effective in the fight. Nice use of the butterfly guard by Chavez, though. He's working to try to keep those hips light. That's going to keep Cody from being able to use any type of offense.
You know, I fought Dwayne Ludwig, and that was the one thing that it threw me off. I wasn't expecting him to have a good butterfly sweep or a good hood sweep, and man, he was phenomenal in that position. I told him afterwards, I was like, it's a very difficult sweep to get past. And you're seeing Cody's having a hard time right now with that butterfly sweep.
Edwin Chavez did a nice job of elevating him up. He got him to the side. He just wasn't able to continue that motion through to get on top.
Now he's got to start circling out, Chavez does, to his back.
Nice job of using the wizard to flatten him right back out. But a big difference that we're seeing between the two rounds as far as everything was working for Cody. He was landing clean shots throughout, even on the ground. This one, a little bit more difficult.
I like how Chavez is swiveling his hips. He's threatening some positions, getting back up to his feet. Cody with the good job on the wrist control, pulling the elbow out, keeping his back flat.
Very nice job of Cody Law to pull him off of that cage, because when he's sitting with his back up there, it is difficult for you to get clean shots on him.
He's looking to attack that. Chavez looking to attack that triangle position if he can. He's got to get that left leg out of there.
Law looking to trap the left arm with his right knee. But if you're Edwin Chavez, you really have to take some, feeling of being better in this round, of being able to control a lot of what he's able to do and stifling the offense.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more confidence, I think, in this round, knowing that he didn't take as many shots this round. He's got to work on getting back up to his feet, though, not just keep chasing the submissions.
Cody almost in the position of being able to get into that full mount, settles into half guard.
But the last 20 seconds of this round, you got to look to start doing a lot more damage, though.
Ten seconds left in the round. Cody Law looking to just do a little bit more damage. Leg lock attempt by Chavez. Nothing there. But if you're Edwin Chavez, like I said, you got to look and say, okay, that was better. I'm more comfortable now inside the cage. Yeah, I can go with this guy. He's got to really turn it on in the third round.
Yeah, he's got to really go for broke. And look, like I said, the first round jitters, I would give it to him, being in a big promotion, making your debut. Second round, he came out on fire, just got out-wrestled, stuck on the bottom, chasing the submissions. Look for him in the third round to establish some more kicking range right off the bat, but also not be careless with it.
Edwin Chavez's coach, Justin Mercado, trying to just inspire his fighter, get him up.
You're barely warming up. You're not even breathing hard.
Let him know that, you know what, you're not tired. There's a whole lot more left for you to do in there. Go get it.
He's giving everything, fool. But you can't
We'll see if he can do that.
For those of you guys that like the punch stats, let me give you a little stat here. Law is connected with more punches than Chavez has thrown. He's landed 40% of his punches he's thrown.
Ooh, just missing with the high kick by Chavez. That just was off. Cody's deep on that takedown.
Smart play, though, by Cody.
Yeah. Starting to get a little dangerous, looking for the jump knee. No, I'm not going to play that game. I'm taking you down.
Well, Cody Law's got one of the best coaches in the game in his corner, and Mike Brown. Mike Brown probably went out there and said, look, the takedown came easy, the control from the top position came easy. Let's go back to the well. Let's get the win.
Why take a chance on the feet when you're dominating on the ground? And that's a nice job of Edwin to get that framing of his leg inside, pushing the hips of Cody Law back. That's not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of effort. Well done.
Well, you saw from Cody that was smart, turning his back off of the fence, trying to establish his back flat to the mat again. Makes it harder for your opponent to get back up to their base and build themselves back up to their feet. That hook sweep is money for him.
Edwin Chavez going after that sweep again. Look, got him back to his feet. He's got a wizard with that left arm. We'll see if he can get himself clear. He obviously wants to be in a position where he's at range against Cody. That's where he feels like he's best. He is in a southpaw stance, but he's a natural right-handed fighter.
Well, Justin Mercado, his coach, told him, hey, you train at 7,000 altitude. You got the cardio, you got the pressure. Get out there and get it done. Push the pace. You're not even breathing hard. And that's what you're seeing right now from Chavez.
That was a nice job of him going after those elbow strikes. The head was on the outside. He was able to land some clean strikes.
That's a little deep there, John.
Doesn't appear that Cody feels like he's in danger right now with the way he's just relaxing, though. But all those little adjustments you're looking from Chavez, it only takes one little bit to make it a whole lot tighter.
And with the length of Chavez, if he can get all the way up underneath that chin and start to bring it back over the back of Cody Law's shoulder, he might be able to lock it in. There you go.
See him trying to lock it over the top. And obviously those elbows opened up a cut on Cody Law. You can see that there's blood on the side of Edwin Chavez. That was from those elbows we were talking about earlier. Well, what does Law have to do to get out of this right now?
I mean, really, he's got to kind of keep this position, but he's ended up losing the round. Nice roll through, though. That was nicely done. You got to take a chance on those roll throughs, but you got to time it perfectly, because if you come up short, you can end up stuck and actually making that choke tighter.
You can end up in the bottom position, which only makes it twice as bad.
You can hear Chavez's corners trying to get up, Don't focus on trying to chase this submission.
Well, right now, if you're talking about submissions, Cody Law's in a position. He can get into a Von Flute choke right now. Chavez is locked onto that head. You can trap that arm.
Yeah, all he's got to do is actually put the shoulder pressure across it if he'd have kept the left forearm underneath the neck.
But again, you're looking at 4 minutes into this round. Chavez has done a really good job of slowing down the offense of Cody Law. He hasn't taken much damage. In fact, I think he's done more damage in this round than Cody has.
Is 4 minutes into the round? Isn't it just 1 minute left?
1 minute left is 4 minutes into the round.
Nice.
Your mathematics
is coming along.
Unbelievable.
Cody doing a good job establishing the top position, making sure that he's taking away the threat of the guillotine and the choke. Chavez just got to abandon this, start working to try to get back to his feet, look for a Hail Mary.
Well, look to me, he's going for a Hail Mary right now by holding on to that. But he doesn't have the choke set. It's not going to work for him. But overall in this round, I think he did a great job. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges are going to come up with. I think Cody Law is obviously going to win the fight. He won the first 2 rounds. We'll see what happens.
Stop the fight. Good fight, gentlemen. Good fight, gentlemen.
You could tell it was that first round jitters with Chavez. Got a slow start, kind of let Cody Law kind of push him around the cage a little bit. Woke up in the second round, but just chased the submissions too much. Didn't get back to his feet. Third round, a little bit better.
Now, if you're Cody Law, and like we said, coming off of those 2 decision losses, how do you feel right now with your performance? You're obviously going to get the win. He's going to get the win in this fight, but is this the performance that you wanted to get off the snide of those 2 losses?
You know, John, even when fighters win, they're not happy with their performance. So we can push all that to the side. Look, to be honest, all he cared about, I think, tonight was getting the win.
Getting the W.
Getting the W, getting back on the win track. And it's all about building the confidence. Okay, now we go to the next one. I'm done with this one already. We moved on. I'm already looking forward to the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first, Brandon Mason, scores at 29-28, while judges Sal D'Amato and Derek Cleary both see it the same, 30-27, all for the winner by unanimous decision, Cody Law.
Big win for Cody Law. That's important to get off of that losing. It just starts to build with you. He's out of there now. He's got a win. Now he can just get into the next fight.
Definitely get back into the gym right away, avoiding any injuries if he did, and then back on track to what's next.
We have much more prelim action coming your way. Our next fight, a middleweight matchup with undefeated Jordan Newman taking on Matthew Care Bear Perry. Our tail of the tape for this middleweight matchup.
John, I'm looking at the reach and the height, man. 3 inches on both from Newman. He's got to utilize that long jab, use the power. If he's got to, hang on the head.
Up to our man, Michael C. Williams.
As we go now to 3 5-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 5'9", weighing in 184 pounds, his professional record 5 wins, 3 defeats out of Indianapolis, Indiana, Matthew the Care Bear Perry. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 186 pounds. As a professional, he stands undefeated, 5 wins, no losses out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Jordan "Not Human" Newman. And your referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
Our referee for the fight, the incomparable Jason Herzog, one of the best to do it.
What's wrong, buddy? You ready? Buddy, you ready? Fight.
You know, we've watched Jordan Newman come from no fights to being 5-0 in the Bellator cage. He's an outstanding wrestler, but he's really been trying to use his power in his hands. Matthew Perry coming off of very long. He has had 1 fight in the last 10 years. It was recent. He got a win. But what is the long layoff going to do in this type of situation?
Well, John, I'm looking at the name Care Bear.
You don't like the Care Bear?
That's all I can get. I can't get past it. I can't get past it.
I like the Care Bear.
Newman very aggressive, though, with the push kick up the middle and then the big right hands. Straight lefts, I mean, sorry.
Newman says he's got something to prove. He says, I'm tired of fighting people that I don't think are at my level. He wants to prove just that he belongs. He looks at Johnny Eblen as the middleweight champion and says, look, I should be fighting Johnny Eblen. I should be up there. Is it that he's looking a little too far ahead?
Just a tiny bit. Look, let's ooh, nice take, almost a lateral drop. The fence got in the way there. I don't want to say he's looking too far ahead. I'd say in a couple fights. Give us, say, 4 or 5 more fights. I mean, that depends on you and what you're talking about in terms of far ahead. He's got good skill. He's got good wrestling skills. He's got great hands. You know, he overly aggressive sometimes, leaves himself out of position. Those are things he's got to really try to remedy before he starts calling out fighters like Johnny Eblen.
Matthew Perry been doing jiu-jitsu for a good portion of his career. 15 years with jiu-jitsu, but those are the things that take you from being a black belt into a brown belt, white belt quickly. He is just getting hammered by Jordan Newman.
Nice top pressure. What I love when I'm watching wrestlers is I like to see them go chest to chest, make sure they're applying that pressure. They're not posturing up too much to create more space for the jiu-jitsu player to get underneath them and try to create sweeps.
It was a beautiful job of Jordan Newman. You notice how he's staying on top, just flowing with all that motion by Matthew Perry. Did not matter.
Your hit, man.
Nice elbow there over the top.
Now, Jordan Newman, he is just loading up on those. You can tell he wants to do damage. That's a nice cutting elbow. Matthew Perry's going to have to get to a position where his back is not flat on the mat right now because it is not looking good. You can't take too many of these types of shots.
Yeah, when your back is flat, you always have to turn to your side to create some space, also to mount some sort of offense. And so I think Newman understands, as long as I have his back flat, I can posture up at any time without any danger and start letting down some punches. Nicely done on the pass.
Really nice into a crucifix position here. Matthew Perry's in trouble. He's going after the Americana right now. Looking for that key lock.
Gotta get that left elbow to the other side of the head. There it is.
That is nice. Let's put some pressure there. Good job by Matthew Perry. Using his hips, create some bump, get that space, get his arm back.
Yeah, what Newman did there was nice. He jumped back into the half guard to avoid him bridging him all the way over. That shows some experience there of understanding when you don't have the submission, don't keep fighting for it and lose the position. Go back to the top position, control that top position.
Jordan Newman attaining mount right now, so he is in a dominant position.
You're going to find with a lot of top-level wrestlers, there's a couple go-to-me submissions, and one of them is what, John?
Oh, the arm triangle, baby.
Arm triangle on the side show is that is their position, and it normally goes into some sort of Kimura, key lock, something along that line.
Going back to that key lock. Perry, by getting himself to the side.
Nicely done. He was never in jeopardy at all during the fight. Constantly on top, letting the punches go and chasing the submissions.
I don't think he got hit with one punch in that fight. That was just domination by Jordan Newman. Outstanding job.
What I liked what he did, though, John, was he established the mount position, let the striking do the work, and then that led into him jeopardizing the position to get to the submission. Started threatening the submission. He slow played it, though. He let it set up. See how he's working the feet, trying to keep that top position. Works to the key lock. Nicely done. Kept the right elbow into the head. Watch when that right elbow goes on the other side of the head. That's when he establishes that lock. That lock is almost impossible to finish when the arm is on the other side. Once he established that position, you saw Perry looking to tap. Nicely done by Newman.
Very nice. Impressive performance, putting himself where he says, look, I'm ready for the big names in the middleweight division. What do you think?
I like to slow play him a little bit because he's got so much potential. That's the thing. I like to slow play him a little bit, give him another tougher, tougher fight. But yeah, I think so. I think he's ready for the next step up in competition for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap by way of the Americana. It ends 4:20 into round number 1. The winner by submission, still undefeated, Jordan, not human, Newman.
Nice win in the first round for Jordan Newman. Looking good, 6-0.
But right now, we continue with the prelims and one of the most compelling contests you could ask for between number 10 ranked lightweight, the undefeated upstart Archie Colgan, and two-time featherweight title challenger Emmanuel Sanchez, who is expected to serve as Colgan's litmus test.
Litmus test. You can take a look at that record of 7-0. Archie Colgan has been on fire, but Emmanuel Sanchez at 20-8 has a ton of experience. He is a fantastic fighter. This is a tremendous matchup.
Here once again is Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here from Chicago at Bellator 297, we'll move now to the lightweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner. At 5'9", weighing in 155 pounds, the two-time featherweight title challenger as a professional, brings 20 wins, 8 losses, fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, by way of Harvard, Illinois, Emmanuel El Matador Sanchez. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 155 pounds, just off a dramatic first round knockout victory. He makes the quick return, still undefeated. Now 7 professional victories without a defeat. He fights out of Denver, Colorado, Archie Colgan. In charge, your referee, Mike Simarusti.
You heard the weighing in companion commentary from Big John McCarthy and Josh Thompson. Mauro Ranallo now taking over for JT. Archie Colgan, hey, he thinks one day he's going to take over the entire division. Emmanuel Sanchez, he's looking to bounce back from the longest losing streak of his career. He's lost 4 in a row, John, but he returned to lightweight in his last fight against Yancy Medeiros, and he thought he should have been given the decision. He was outpointed, and now again serving as a barometer for just how good Archie Colgan is, because he is the talk of the sport when it comes to prospects.
Look, if you're talking about prospects, Archie Colgan is one of the hot prospects out there. Everyone knows. Look, this guy can wrestle, and I mean he can wrestle, but he doesn't really use it a lot. He likes to be on his feet. He likes to use his hands, and we've seen he not only has power, he is a technical striker. He uses his footwork very well. He'll throw the kicks, but Emmanuel Sanchez has he's got a motor, and he will definitely take the fight to the ground and be in a jiu-jitsu fight with Colgan any day.
Trevor Whitman has helped Colgan sharpen his striking skills, 7-0 with 5 knockouts, including a monster KO over Justin Montalvo in the first round of his last fight earlier this year in March. And again, very composed, very patient, and for a 27-year-old in just his 8th professional fight, his approach really does belie his lack of maturity as a mixed martial artist, John. He was at University of Wyoming, trained by Justin Salas, who was also a University of Wyoming wrestling alum. But Emmanuel Sanchez looking to give Colgan some stiff tests. He just defended a takedown.
He did defend the takedown, but if you noticed, it was very nice what Archie Colgan did by using that body shot inside. Look, Emmanuel Sanchez he's a beast. I love him as a fighter. He has got a gas tank. He's a volume fighter. He's a guy that needs to get going, and he will hit you with nothing but all kinds of shots. No matter where you are in the fight, he has to stop the pressure that Archie Colgan brings and keep his hands moving.
Always a tough out, Emmanuel Sanchez. 8 decision wins in the Bellator featherweight division, most in divisional history, but again, returned to 155 in his last fight, hoping to turn the tables on his career, but now looking to cut down the momentum of Colgan, who delivered a cutting calf kick to Sanchez's lead leg. And by the way, John, Sanchez, after a decade with Rufus Sport, now working with Vanderlei Jiu-Jitsu MMA, and Daniel Vanderlei, he's a part of the storyline coming up later tonight. The former Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach of bantamweight champion Sergio Pettis, now in the corner of challenger Patrício Pitbull tonight.
Well, that's a big story, and there's a lot to talk about with it. But right now, Emmanuel Sanchez needs to really up his volume. It's the volume attack that you see right there. That's what makes Emmanuel Sanchez so difficult to fight.
Beautiful counter combination by Colgan. Again, remaining calm under fire and able to split the guard with a textbook 1-2.
And there's no doubt when you're taking a look at this matchup, this is a big step up in competition for Archie Colgan. He's had some, fights where you look good fighters, but not with the experience of Emmanuel Sanchez.
And the takedown secured by Archie Colgan. Wide base, very active on his back, the veteran Sanchez. Sanchez does have 8 submission wins, only 1 knockout, and here in his 29th professional fight, by far the most experienced competitor of Archie Colgan's blossoming career.
No doubt about it. You see Sanchez really looking towards going either into an armbar or bring that up for a triangle attempt, but he just needs to, right now, continue to change that angle. Colgan right now is really being heavy on the top as far as stopping the hip movement of Sanchez, and he just wants to land good ground and pound shots, both elbows and punches.
Under a minute left in the first frame. Sanchez very active on his back. Colgan posturing up and then moving out. Almost got hit with the up kick. Rocked Sanchez with that right hand. Uppercut connects. He caught Sanchez behind the ear. Really messed messing with his equilibrium momentarily, but Sanchez is resilient as they come.
Sanchez landed a good up kick there. Actually, that stung Colgan, and then Colgan came right back and just gave it back.
Half-minute remaining again. The learning curve of Archie Colgan, very happy with how things have gone thus far in Bellator when you're unbeaten, and he realizes, you know, he's proven, hey, I already can beat guys at my level. I want to beat those guys that people think are at another level. And in terms of experience and wherewithal and IQ, Emmanuel Sanchez, despite the losing streak, represents that test. Jumping knee as we come to the end of an eventful round one.
Nice round.
There, I need just a little bit more hand play, okay? Make him think about something a little bit.
Wow, there was a lot of action going on here. This is when Archie Colgan got up. Look at that nice, beautiful heel kick from the bottom by Sanchez. That stung Archie, but right away, bink, that little right hand over the top, right behind the ear, kind of just took all the equilibrium from Sanchez away. He recovered quickly, and that's because he's always in fantastic shape. But what a back and forth battle at times between both guys. Archie Colgan seeing that, yep, there's levels to this sport, and I'm seeing the difference of the level of Emmanuel Sanchez.
Colgan with just under a minute of control time on the veteran Sanchez, who did not accept his position, and as you mentioned, John, did land that heel strike to the side of Colgan's face, but we are set for round two. Scheduled for 3 rounds in the Bellator MMA lightweight division. A big step up for Archie Colgan, who has definitely looked the part of a blue chip prospect thus far.
Yeah, both guys have been, both guys have led the dance here. Both guys have been the guys pushing the other one back, and then you'll see that little shift of momentum.
Sanchez landing 30 of 55, a great start to the fight for the veteran, 55%, but also a decent opening 5 minutes for Archie Colgan.
Very close round, and it's really a question of that power, and you can go back to that kick that Sanchez.
By Colgan, platoon takedown, slammed by the University of Wyoming alum, and that's the second takedown for Archie Colgan, but again, Sanchez has him on lockdown immediately.
Well, he's holding on to him, but Colgan very good with
nice escape by Sanchez, back to his feet, tripod.
Gonna roll through. Colgan stops that, just stuffs the hips on him.
Good control from the back by Colgan, rear waist lock, John.
And these are the positions that Archie Colgan, being a wrestler with the credentials that he has, this is his world right here, you guys. So you're going to see Sanchez try to roll through, and he's going to come out on top. That's the difference when you're working with someone that is so used to that flow of two bodies in motion and understands how to maintain that top position.
Colgan working from side control. Sanchez trying to neutralize any kind of attack, controlling his posture momentarily, trying to sweep, and does so back to his feet. Uppercut by Sanchez on the break, and again, Colgan, John, just resorts back to the game plan, tries to stick the jab, tries to slow down the pace to where he can execute whatever strategy he would like to employ. Again, showing the fact that he does not panic under fire.
No, and that comes from where he trains and the guys that he trains with. You got a guy here.
Body kick by Sanchez.
One of his main sparring partners and training partners is Kamaru Usman. That kind of training just gets you ready and says, if I can train with this guy, I can fight with anyone. That's the kind of confidence Archie Colgan has.
1-2, and of course, Justin Gaethje, known for his striking prowess, to say the least.
It's not bad.
Midway through the round and the fight, many people were talking about this as the one fight, well, there's a bunch of them on the prelims, but the fight that really has caught the intrigue, especially hardcore MMA fans, knowing what Archie Colgan has done so far, and here in just his 8th professional fight, taking on 29-fight veteran, former 2-time featherweight title challenger Emmanuel Sanchez, who looked to change levels, secure the takedown, well defended by Colgan.
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy thing for Emmanuel to do against Colgan, but look, the fact that he's making Colgan realize, hey, I'll work at taking you down too, that says something here. But exactly what you're saying, Colgan right now, look, he knows, wow, this is different. This is a different level. It's a different type of intensity. And he's seeing that, a guy that brings the volume that Emmanuel Sanchez does, He just keeps coming. You've got to tell yourself.
I'm contractually obligated every time I see foot stomps. Shout out to the king of the streets,
Marco Huas.
Thank you. A minute 35 left in the second round, but Sanchez pulling out every trick, trying to see what Archie Colgan is made of. And Colgan again on the release, resets. Sanchez stepping in, looking for the slashing elbow, goes back to the 1-2, but Colgan avoiding the damage, staying out of range.
You know, one of the things we know about Emmanuel Sanchez is he's got a gas tank. He can go and go. That was a big shot he just took right there. But you're seeing that Colgan.
Oh, body kick by Sanchez.
Colgan's in outstanding condition. He's not breathing hard. He's right there.
Oh, head kick blocked. And we see the kickboxing of Sanchez again, working with Rufus Sport all that time under Duke Rufus with his stand-up, but again, making the move to Daniel Vanderlei, BJJ, looking for that change. And John, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Front kick to the body of Colgan as Sanchez trying to mix up his looks.
Well, at least now you can see Sanchez.
Oh!
Clean shot by Colgan. Sanchez is the one trying to push Colgan back. He's trying to apply the pressure.
Nice takedown again, timed perfectly by Archie King Colgan.
But that's what Colgan's wrestling can do for you. At any moment, he can shoot in and take you off your feet. That is an advantage that Archie has over most of his opponents.
His third successful takedown in 4 attempts. Hasn't really been able to capitalize much due to the savvy of Emmanuel Sanchez. Very active off his back as we are through 10 minutes in this lightweight battle. And how do you have it after 2 rounds, John, on what has been a competitive fight?
First off, I have it just as a good fight. It's really, you can look at that first round. I think the big difference the judges are going to look at, Colgan got hit with that big heel strike, but he didn't go down. Emmanuel Sanchez did, and then he got the round 1. That might have been, other than the 2 takedowns, I'm not sure the way they're going to look at it. Emmanuel Sanchez was doing outstanding in this one. Here's that big takedown right here. Elevates the hips up and brings him down. That's what we call a takedown. Amplitude, as Morrow said. And then watch his elbow strike inside. A little bit blocked right there by Sanchez. That was very clean. Nice job by Sanchez, but here comes that right when he went into that flying knee position. Archie Colgan looking good.
And even Emmanuel Sanchez, again, knowing he's behind that proverbial 8 ball, despite what has been a terrific career here in Bellator, still willing to take risks, still willing to really test Archie Colgan with those flying attacks. Almost paid for it with the right hand, but again, you admire the grit, the heart. Of course, Emmanuel Sanchez is hard-nosed.
The fact that he will go after it and do it.
Third and final round, and Sanchez using 3-punch combination, just trying to find his range. And Colgan, high guard. Colgan changes levels and tries to run through Sanchez. Well defended. Sanchez with the high plumb, trying to deliver knees. Colgan frames out, and they reset in the center of the cage.
Beautiful job by Emmanuel Sanchez to step out of that.
The one area that Sanchez has been successful and has the edge in is in the kicking department.
Yeah, and there's no doubt he's going to win that kicking department. He comes from a kickboxing background. Archie Colgan more boxing-centric with his stand-up. He's got power in his hands, but you got to look at one of the things that was really nice you saw when Sanchez stepped out of that.
There it is, a huge advantage for Sanchez, 92%. Well, Colgan 100, but
100%.
just 4-4. But like you said, boxing-centric and the kickboxing of Emmanuel Sanchez. Nice short lead left hook there by
Colgan. That was a nice
again
second
with the
one.
left hook.
And those are the ones, look, those count big time because you saw it take him off balance. You saw that it actually made him have to adjust.
And yet, Sanchez continues to march forward. Countered by Colgan, level change.
Good job with his hips,
and again,
getting back.
trying to defend it. Now Sanchez jumping up, looking for the guillotine.
Okay, Archie Colgan needs to keep that head high right now.
A Hail Mary for Emmanuel Sanchez, 318, looking for the guillotine choke.
You don't want to see Archie Colgan allow his head to get bent down. There you go. Good job by pulling his head out.
Immediately, standing the ground punches, and boy, Sanchez, all you can handle off his back.
Look, Sanchez, his jiu-jitsu is for real. We have talked about it many times. he gets into ground battles, this guy understands exactly what he needs to do, and he is a very good submission fighter.
And as you mentioned, his endurance cardio really second to none. This guy just keeps going and going at this pace. Colgan, meanwhile, looking to do some damage within the guard, but needs to posture up and is unable to do so because of the veteran Sanchez.
Big time elbow there by Archie Colgan. It was a beautiful job. You saw him slide that hand away. Another clean elbow.
Midway point of the final frame. Important minutes in the embryonic career of Archie Colgan. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Sanchez trying to return to, as he put it, promotional prominence by stealing Archie Colgan's momentum.
Right now, all these shots that you're seeing there, and I love that Emmanuel is being busy, but those short, hard elbows by Colgan, those are going to score more with the judges than all the little ones that are coming up from Sanchez. There's just not as much weight and power behind him. There can't be, just based upon where his body position is.
A competitive fight, and again, the stats don't tell the whole story, but right now, Sanchez with a huge edge in terms of total strikes landed, and yet when you look at positional control, the takedowns, the other aspects of MMA, John, it tells a different story.
Well, it's a one-way street on that, and it's going to be very hard for Emmanuel Sanchez to try to out-wrestle Archie Colgan, but he can use his jiu-jitsu to put him in danger, which we've seen him do already.
Colgan, when we asked what fans should expect to see, he told us a composed, calculated, and explosive athlete. We've seen a lot of that, and he's definitely exploded with the takedown.
Well, you know, the takedown has worked for him because when he's been on top, he's been able to land those elbow strikes. Those are the most significant things that have been happening with a lot of these positions. So, although Emmanuel's doing a great job trying to swing right now, he's almost...
Wow, keeps Colgan from going to full side control. Short elbow from the bottom by Sanchez. Still fishing for the triangle.
Looking for that triangle.
And now the posturing up of Archie Colgan. And again, John, you see his body language totally composed, not panicking at all and defending against Sanchez, who now resorts to delivering hammer fists.
And what people need to understand is there's nothing for Colgan to panic about. Yes, he's got the decision to try to get to a triangle, but there's no submission there at that time.
Butterfly, cross leg now, and Archie Colgan from top position.
Tough fight.
Very tough fight, and the kind of fight Archie Colgan will face as he continues his career. And John, after 15 minutes, how do you have it on your unofficial scorecard, and why, sir?
Look, I love Emmanuel Sanchez, and I love how he was going after that fight, but Archie Colgan was able to utilize his wrestling to control a lot of that fight. He landed the heavier blows throughout. That's the big difference. The kicks were definitely Sanchez's, but I'm going to have to say Archie Colgan gets his fight.
Colgan credited with 3 of 6 takedowns, 5 minutes and 31 seconds of total ground control compared to none for Sanchez. And again, you look at the stats, the kicks 25 of 28 for Sanchez, 4 of 4 for Colgan. And it's, again, the number, you look at the numbers and you're like, okay, but John, there's more to it than that. Let's go through them.
You take a look at him and you say the strikes landed, more strikes, but it's the power of the strike. Think of how the strikes are damaging. That's what you're looking for. And you look at, there was the knockdown. It wasn't much, but we had the heel kick and then the punch. Sanchez hits a knee. That ends up being the better strike. All of this, when you're looking at everything, look, there's close, but the 25 landed kicks, that's bull, because I remember 2 kicks being blocked to the head. So sometimes my statistician is not quite perfect.
Let's make it official. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go now to your 3 judges. Your first, Sal D'Amato, scores at 29-28, while judges Brandon Mason and Derek Cleary both see it the same, 30-27. All for the winner by unanimous decision. He's still undefeated, Archie Colgan.
The last 2 years have been, according to Archie Colgan, the greatest years of his life. He is now 8-0 in Bellator MMA, and he's enjoyed the birth of his 2 sons. And John put a button on just how high the ceiling could potentially be for a guy like Archie King Colgan.
Look, you're looking at a guy that absolutely has the ability to become a contender or a world champion in Bellator.
He just knocked off the highly experienced former 2-time title challenger Emmanuel Sanchez. Huge win for Archie Colgan. We continue with the Bellator 297 prelims and another intriguing matchup. This one at middleweight between the undefeated Norbert Novenyi Jr. and Kamil Oniszczuk. And John, at 185, tell us about these numbers.
Look at the real thing to look at. Both guys are fantastic fighters, great records, both very young in their career. This is the future that you're going to watch right now.
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight here in Chicago, we go back to the middleweight division. We're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We'll introduce the blue corner first. At 6'3", weighing in 186 pounds. His professional record, 9 wins, 2 losses. From Medjugorje, Poland, presenting Kamil Oniszczuk. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 185 pounds even. His undefeated professional record, 6 victories without a defeat. He fights out of London, England by way of Budapest, Hungary. Introducing Magic Norbert Novenyi Jr. In charge, your referee Jason Herzog.
So, we just saw Archie Colgan, blue chip prospect. Hey, same can be said for Norbert Novenyi Jr., who is one of the most highly touted prospects out of Europe. And we have Kamil Oniszczuk looking to bounce back from his Bellator debut where he lost to Costello Van Estinas. Meanwhile, Novenyi Jr. exploding out of the gate with a thunderous 1-2, testing the chin of Oniszczuk.
If you can't tell who Norbert Novenyi trains with, here's his MVP imitation because he's looking very much.
One of his
like
main training partners is Michael Venom Page, a second-generation mixed martial artist. He made his Bellator MMA debut at the age of 18.
He's landing and having an effect.
2018, defeating Mehmet Yuksay via first round. And he just dropped Oniszczuk. And Norbert Novenyi is a magician because he just made Oniszczuk disappear in this battle with a highlight reel finish. He's a showman. He showed up and he showed out.
You talked about prospects, and we were going to have this whole thing about what type of prospect Norbert Novenyi Jr. is. This kid is 23 years of age. Look, and we're talking about almost 2 years off due to a knee injury. He is absolutely explosive. Look at the shots that he lands here. And this is, like I said, Michael Venom Page is his training partner, and he's really starting to take a lot of that training, and that is as clean a right hand you can see. Oniszczuk really didn't know where he was at as he sat up, and then that shot right there put him out. Novenyi Jr., that right hand lands as hard as you will find. That was just stunning. It put Oniszczuk down. He was able to try to get himself back. Look at the power that lands with, Moro. That is a devastating right hand. London shoot showers. Coach Paul Ivan calls big right hand. Yep, that's what he did.
After starting his career with 4 submission wins in his first 5 fights, Norbert Novenyi Jr. has recorded back-to-back first-round knockouts in the Bellator MMA cage. He is now 7-0 with 2 knockouts and 4 submissions. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 46 seconds, round number 1. He is the winner by knockout. Always impressive, still undefeated Magic Norbert Novenyi Jr.
Novenyi Jr. making the man he calls his big brother Michael Venom Page proud with that scintillating striking. Novenyi Jr. a knockout in Chicago. Let's go back to the fight desk and Amanda Garrett.
What an incredible finish there. His nickname is Magic. Maybe some Magic Mike moves, Josh. I know why you like this kid so much, because he's got a little bit of the real punk in him. You have told me for about a year to watch out for this kid, and look what he did tonight.
Look at him walk out of the cage, man. He's got the swag. That's what you're looking for. And when he set it up, boom, hit him with the little left, straight with the right hand, right down the pipe. Beautifully done. A little hesitation there. That right there could have potentially cost him that fight going a little bit longer. But look, you got to follow up as fast as you can, get him out of there. This kid is the future of this weight class. And I love the swag about him that he carries. Absolutely amazing. The swagger that he walks in, he's dancing afterwards, electric with the crowd. He's getting the crowd going. This is what Chicago needs, baby.
10 out of 10 finish, 10 out of 10 dance moves for him. All right, we have a huge night ahead.
Well, we're set for more action in the welterweight division. Jaleel Willis welcomes Ramazan Kuramagomedov to the Bellator MMA cage. John Kuramagomedov unbeaten at 10-0.
Unbeaten, and he is a dynamic wrestler, but Jaleel Willis got good wrestling, good boxing. He believes his boxing is going to be the difference.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here at Wintrust Arena, we'll move now to the welterweight division. We're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 170 pounds even, he makes his Bellator debut, entering undefeated, 10 victories, no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, Ramazan Kuramagomedov. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5 foot 11, weighing in 171 pounds as a professional. His record includes 16 wins, 4 defeats. Introducing Jaleel, the realest Willis. In charge, your referee, Rob Madrigal.
So Willis bouncing back from the first 2-fight losing streak of his career with a win over Kyle Crutchmer at Bellator 289 last December. And Kuramagomedov, a representative of American top team, and he trains with monsters like undefeated Bellator middleweight champion Johnny Eblen. And our first look at Kuramagomedov in the Bellator cage.
Well, just in his last fight, by beating a guy like Kyle Crutchmer, it tells you that Willis can be a good defensive wrestler, but it's a different style that comes with Kuramagomedov. He's got that Dagestani style, which they're big into just reshooting continuously.
Inside. Late kick and a couple of low kicks by Kuramagomedov, fighting out of the southpaw stance, liver kick, a return from Willis. Willis, who said he's had issues throughout his career, being, overthinking, overanalysis leads to paralysis, getting into his own head. After that 2-fight losing streak, changed camps, and now coming off a win representing Killcliff FC and putting it on. Kuramagomedov looking to defend the knee up the middle by Willis. And when you talk about Kuramagomedov, wrestling is his biggest strength.
Wrestling is his biggest strength. He's not a bad striker at all, but wrestling is definitely his biggest strength. What you want to do if you're Willis is make sure that he doesn't get into that double unders where he gets his hands locked either on the body or around the hips. He gets to that position. That's what, oh man, that was a big knee.
What a strike by Kuramagomedov. Lights, camera, knockout. That's how you make a Bellator MMA debut. Ramazan Kuramagomedov. We talk about his wrestling. He just picked up his second knockout, his first since a kick to the body KO in April of 2017. But he just dusted Jaleel Willis.
And we just said
in highlight reel fashion.
His stand-up is not bad, and take a look. He brought that head right over into that left knee. Pushed the head right over, knew exactly what he was doing. Watch him push Jaleel Willis in the direction, and boom! He lands right on the jawline. That was a devastating knee. Jaleel Willis unable to answer after that knee. Big time shot. Kuramagomedov just fantastic with the way he performed that, because that was set up, Morrow. That was not an accident.
And is Jaleel Willis's second knockout loss. The first one came January of 2019 via knee and punches. So the knee is the kryptonite. And American top team has another top prospect, Ramazan Kuramagomedov. Hey, Mike Brown said it best. Beautiful.
Beautiful it was. You can't ask for anything better. That was a stunning blow.
He's now 11-0 with his second knockout victory in his Bellator MMA debut. A nice addition to the welterweight division. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes 1 minute 24 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Ramazan Kuramagomedov.
Jaleel Willis tasting defeat for the 5th time in his career, falls to 4-3 in Bellator, but want to bring in Josh Thompson now. Josh, this prospect out of American top team making his Bellator debut undefeated, you know, singing the praises of his wrestling, but man, his striking definitely on point.
John hit it right on the head when he said he set that up beautifully. Pushed the head over to the side, used his height and his reach to really capitalize, bring that knee up right into the head. Nicely done by him. Look, we had one of the fighters come in, and in this first round had those jitters. In this fight, this is making his debut at Kuramagomedov, and a beautifully executed knee. The jitters were out, nicely done. Congratulations to him. Hot prospect right there, keep an eye on him.
Back-to-back finishes here in the prelims.
Pugilistic pyrotechnics, the order of the night here as we get set for action in the lightweight division. And it's Gachi Rabadanov looking to go to 5-0 in Bellator against the, well, newcomer to the Bellator cage, Peter Boest, who was 17-6 out of the Netherlands. John, let's go back to New Year's Eve when Bellator swept Rizin Fighting Federation. Rabadanov, a part of the winning team.
Boy, he looks so good in this fight, and you can see, man, this is a guy that he is explosive in the stand-up. He's got great wrestling, but he would rather be a stand-up fighter, throwing his hands. It was a back-and-forth battle. He just put on a performance.
And he said it was his childhood dream come true to fight at the legendary Saitama Super Arena. Let's go to the numbers.
You look right now, 71-inch reach for Rabadanov, 75.5 for Peter Boest. He is long, tall, and he's an outstanding striker. Rabadanov might want to go back to that wrestling platform.
With the introductions, here's Michael C. Williams.
Tonight now here in Chicago at Wintrust Arena, we'll go 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing the blue corner at 6'2", weighing in 156 pounds in his Bellator debut. He brings 17 professional victories, 6 defeats, presenting Peter the Archangel Boest. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 156 pounds, a perfect 4-0 inside the Bellator cage. Overall, as a professional, he stands with 19 victories, 4 losses, 1 draw. Introducing Gachi Rabadanov. In charge, your referee Mike Simarusti.
Gachi Rabadanov riding a wave of momentum, 5 straight wins. Big win over Koji Takeda, part of the 5-0 sweep of Bellator over Rizin Fighting Federation.
Round one, let's go. Hey!
And for Peter Boest, making his Bellator debut, and when we asked what he thought about this fight, he told us, I am here to do one thing, and that is dominate. Well, there's a beautiful setup for the entry. Rabadanov taking the taller Boest off his feet and doing it in Corey Anderson fashion there as he kind of flashing that jab and changing the level.
But that just shows the fight IQ of Rabadanov. He likes
Right
to fight
into
the
side
center,
control.
but go to the strength. Go to where you are a dominant fighter. If there's a place that Peter Boest is going to have problems against him, it's on the ground.
An aggressive
That's what he's going after.
Rabadanov.
That arm could be in trouble.
5 submission wins.
Look out for the Kimura. It's going to come.
Including a Kimura. In fact, his first submission ever was via Kimura back in February of 2013. Over a decade ago, trying to put the finishing touches on the debuting Boest early.
Well, he's already in a position. All he's got to do is get that arm free because he's got the head separated. That makes it very painful when that shoulder starts to get cranked on.
Rabadanov training at the Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov school. Of course, the late great Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov, and of course under the learning tree of the legend Habib Nurmagomedov. And what a great start in the grappling department for Gaji Rabadanov.
That's what he's showing right now, his dominance in the grappling. You saw him use that choke attempt to get back to the position where he was comfortable. Didn't really go after the submission at all. But Rabadanov on the ground, he is not easy to get away with. He does damage there. He does like to be in the stand-up and throw his hands, but this is the smart fight for him against Peter Boest. Beautiful step over right there by Rabadanov. That was just beautiful.
And Rabadanov likes to get things done in a hurry. Has 7 first-round finishes, 4 knockouts, 3 submissions, and putting Boest in a position to, well, be threatened with a submission. Boest answering the phone, trying to block, and Boest has never been. Out of his 6 losses, actually, he has been submitted 4 times. So Boest is susceptible to this aspect of the fight game.
Absolutely. And if you're going to look at your opponent and say, okay, where's the weakness? You're looking at Boest and you're saying it's.
And what are you supposed to do with weaknesses? Exploit them.
Exploit them, exactly. But you know, that was a great job when he got out of Rabadanov having his back. But now Rabadanov is right back at it.
And so much time still left here in round 1, just over 2 minutes. Hooks are in for Rabadanov. Posting up.
A little high, he wants to bring his hips back just a little bit, but he's not.
Boest is shelling up, though he's turtling.
Yep.
And again gives up his back, rolls through. Rabadanov just moving with him, now has his right arm under the neck of Boest.
Boest doing a good job of just trying to move, create a situation where his movement keeps Rabadanov from being able to sink in that choke, get his hands clasped together.
His last 2 submission moves via rear naked choke. Nice reversal by Peter Boest, giving him an opportunity to catch his breath and try to go to work from top position. Rabadanov controlling his posture. Minute 13 left in the opening frames, but a beautiful sweep there by Boest.
Yeah, that reversal was very nice, but he's not in any position right now to put Rabadanov into any type of danger. But you can tell that all that movement, Rabadanov is kind of trying to slow down, catch his breath right now.
Looking from the closed guard, now open.
Looking towards the armbar.
And looking for the armbar from the bottom. So Boest has definitely had his submission defense tested. 45 seconds left in round 1, and Boest needs to posture. He says his striking, it would be an advantage. Unable to get anything going from top position with the control here by Rabadanov.
Yeah, and there's no doubt, I think you're right, that Boest's stand-up is his advantage, but he's got to be in that stand-up position to make it happen. And Rabadanov is taking this fight exactly where he needs to take it to get the win. So it's very smart, intelligent fighting by Rabadanov.
Round two, fight!
There's the entry by Rabadanov, looking for the takedown along the fence, scoops up Boest and puts him on his back.
And again, That is absolutely, if you're looking at the textbook way to get a win in this fight, matching your skills, that is the way for Rabadanov to do it. He's fighting very smart, putting Boest exactly where he needs him to be, so he cannot be dangerous in this fight. Rabadanov is actually, he's realizing that Boest doesn't really use the cage to get himself back up, and so he's actually using it old style, putting his head towards the cage to keep him in a position where there's nowhere for him to scoot out.
Rabadanov putting pressure from the half guard, trying to break the guard.
He's right.
Then right to mount. And now we'll try to break posture up, and as the back of Boest looks to flatten him out.
And that right there is the big thing, that when you saw him trying to take the arms, flatten those hips out. Get those long legs up in the air. Don't allow his knees to be on the ground. You want the hips down into the ground, his legs up in the air. That's when you have complete control of the body.
Rabadanov's last 2 submission wins have been via form. Well, actually, rear naked choke, and he's been looking to secure the RNC here against Peter Boest. Doing a good job of riding the back and controlling Boest, but there.
You really got to give it to Boest as far as
good defense.
I love the fact that he keeps moving. He keeps on trying to create that situation.
34-year-old
to switch it. Nice job. He's back to half guard.
Midway point of the round and the fight. Gaji Rabadanov 2 of 3 in the takedown department and controlling from top position. Boest has scrambled and defended attempts at the rear naked choke. Now an arm triangle choke as he switches over, John.
It's going to be tight. That is not an easy thing. You see him Boest trying to use that leg.
Yeah, and he's
perfect position by Rabadanov. He's just allowing the squeeze to happen. He's not really burning his arms out. He's just trying to let his weight be the difference here. It's a good position for Rabadanov. Just sink his hips down, and the pressure just keeps building. You see Boest trying to use that arm, but that is tight. Not an easy thing to get out. And he did. Great job by Boest.
Amazing by Peter Boest to escape the arm triangle choke attempt by Rabadanov. 1.5 minutes left in the second. So if anything, Peter Boest's submission defense so far passing the test.
It's been fantastic. You're looking at a guy that, all the fights that he's had, especially the stand-up fights, and he's had to work his way through learning the ground. But man, he's done a fantastic job of defending a guy that is really good in that realm of fighting MMA.
Especially when you look at the fact, as we mentioned, he has been submitted 4 times, and Rabadanov here ranked at number 8 in the lightweight division.
Yeah, I mean, and moving up, because Rabadanov is just, he's so good everywhere. And he's being a smart fighter. The way that he's handling this fight, I really thought that his ego might actually get in there and make him want to be in a stand-up battle with Boest.
Wow, and now Boest gets a chance to showcase some of that striking. Has to be careful with the body kick with the threat of a takedown coming away. Does land the head kick, grazing off the beard of Rabadanov. And now Peter Boest realizing 23 seconds left in the middle frame. An opportunity for him to try to get back into the fight in his department, the stand-up.
Well, absolutely. Look, all those high kicks are good. You could go to that one to the body. That was hard, but that's the kind that Rabadanov is going to catch.
The Dutchman utilizing that Dutch style. And Boest surviving round 2, and maybe building a little bit of confidence.
A little momentum
in his.
Yeah. He's looked fantastic, and although he hasn't put Boest away, and I thought that arm triangle choke. I really thought he was going to end up getting the tap off of that.
And hey, you did a good job. You didn't say, remember, you let it come to us. We didn't predict it.
I tell you what, I'm really impressed, and Boest remained calm, and that's the difference.
Here it is.
Between a guy that grapples and a guy that's just a kickboxer, because a kickboxer's going to panic.
Well, here's where you can show anything that Rabadanov, from what you see in the replay, could have done.
Yeah, the big difference is those hips want to go out to the side more, but look, he's the one that decided it's not working. That's why he went back to trying to get that mount position, take the back, and Boest was able to get himself up from that point. Outstanding job.
Okay.
Going into the final round, scores?
There's no doubt. Right now it's 2018. Rabadanov has taken both of those rounds, but Boest has shown that if he can be in that standing position, he can do some damage. He can take this fight.
Gaji Rabadanov in the red gloves, Peter Boest in the blue gloves. Rabadanov looking to make it 6 straight wins, 5 here under the Bellator banner, while Peter Boest looking to make an impact in his first fight. Again, training along with former multiple-time champion Gegard Mousasi. And he's even trained with Gökhan Saddic, who we will see in our heavyweight opener against hometown favorite Daniel James. That kicks off the main card of a stacked event, Bellator 297, from one of Bellator's favorite haunts, Chicago. There was an overhand, a casting punch by Boest.
Yeah, he went for it with that. You saw Rabadanov closing that space on it.
Rabadanov runs the pipe right into the takedown, but again, Boest, very active, scramble, up to his feet again, and a knee.
Beautifully done by Boest. You saw he did not settle for the position.
But level change again by Rabadanov with dogged determination. Tenaciously wants to get it to the ground, knowing that Boest has had some success.
Well, he definitely has it, but this is one of the things with Dagestani fighters is that they don't care. Oh, you got up. Well, I'm going to take you down again. Oh, you got up. I'm going to take you down again. They just keep working.
The monsters of mat returns.
Oh, my God. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful statement.
Rabadanov has Boest pinned to the fence, but Boest wanting to turn him around, has the overhook and the under. Of course, there's an overhook, and then at times the whizzer when you're trying to break the grip here, but it's like Rabadanov testing his renowned conditioning, really wants to secure this takedown, wants to take the 6'2" Boest off his feet. And finally forced to break, reset. Lead right through the guard by Boest, and again goes from the southpaw to the liver with that body kick.
You can see Rabadanov's getting a little bit tired here. He's starting to give ground, give space. He needs to catch some air. This is a time for Boest to try to take advantage of the situation.
Walking him down. Rabadanov looking for the counter.
Beautiful.
There's a head kick, partially blocked by Rabadanov, but Peter Boest walking down. Rabadanov looking to angles, and they're timing, looking for the timing again, trying to run Boest into the ground, but runs out of real estate, has him against the fence, and again will expend energy here.
See, and all this is, notice that arm, you see that overhook by Boest. All of this work is what takes, and it starts to put a lot of lactic acid into your arms. That slows down the punches. It makes it to where the punches aren't as powerful. So this is all good work by Rabadanov.
Oh, there's a knee. Oh, the knee by Boest from the double collar tie plum. And again, it's just Rabadanov. Wait, now Boest looking for a submission.
He needs to keep turning there. Don't stay
out of nowhere.
Nice job by Boest.
And Boest has 6 submissions.
He's in trouble. That is tight.
Rabadanov.
See Rabadanov trying to kick his legs to change that angle.
He has been submitted once. That was his last loss in December of 2016. It's been a long time, but Boest, after almost being submitted on a couple occasions here, putting pressure on Rabadanov.
Rabadanov has got himself safe at this point. Boest put him in a bad position. You can see that had so a lot of pressure on it.
60 seconds left in the fight. Boest body shots from side control here, Rabadanov, and you had the point, John, where, I mean, with all of those takedown attempts, with all of that fuel being expended, maybe starting to slow down. Boest now putting his weight on him from north-south position, and Rabadanov does appear to be fatigued, but now maybe knowing, hey, time is perhaps Boest's biggest enemy.
Might be looking towards a Peruvian. Steps over to the side there. Rabadanov at this point just trying to let the clock run out. Holding on to that with a baseball grip onto that.
Right-handed, Rabadanov able to get back up to a vertical base and use lateral movement to try to escape Boest, but Boest keeping him in his scope there, landing the body kick. So Peter Boest in his Bellator debut goes the distance with the number 8 ranked lightweight Gaji Rabadanov.
That was a great third round by Peter Boest. Boest was just so intent on going after him. That was just beautifully done. Put him into the submission, had him in positions where he had Rabadanov in trouble. Take a look right here. Look at the knee inside. You can see the effect that had. Rabadanov goes for the takedown, but big time effort right here. Almost locks up the choke, has it. You can see that's why Rabadanov turns to his back, is he realized, oh, I got a problem. I've got to turn out of this. He gives position to try to relieve some of that pressure. Boest just wasn't able to make it tight enough. Boy, that was a great third round. Boest definitely took that third round. But I think he's going to end up losing the fight 29-28.
It showed the grit, able to go through tough 10 minutes against a top 10 ranked fighter like Rabadanov, and in that final 5 minutes had some success. Potentially Rabadanov. And let's go to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges. All 3, Sal D'Amato, Brandon Mason, Derek Cleary. See it exactly the same, 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Gaji Rabadanov.
Had to survive a tough final frame, but Rabadanov does indeed make it 6 in a row, spoiling the debut of Peter Boest, but there's some respect, and Peter Boest giving Rabadanov tough fight in that final round, but Rabadanov remains unbeaten in the Bellator cage. Here is Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your winner, Gaji Rabadanov. That was a grinding fight. You were dominating the first 2 rounds. The third round, he started to come on. He landed some good shots, the knee to the body, and then he went after the choke. How tight was that choke to you?
Oh, thank you so much. It was a great fight. Very tough, hard fight for me. But I know this guy, very tough guy. This is probably a new problem for everybody.
I thought it was a very intelligent fight by you. You're a guy that we know likes to stand up and throw your hands like you did with Takeda in Japan, but you went after the takedowns knowing that how good he was on his feet.
This guy is very good. He's all the time. When I take him down, he's go up, and he have power. Yes, it was a hard fight for me, but I win. Now I want to talk with Bellator. Hey guys, we need to real deal. After a couple months, me and Archie Colgan. Let's go. This is good fight for us.
Let's go. Sounds good to me. Congratulations on another big win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gaji Rabadanov.
Patrício Pitbull's name is deeply etched in the Bellator MMA record book.
Fighting is the only thing I know to do. So, for me, this is everything. It's my legacy.
The promotion's pound-for-pound king has his eyes set on a prize that no one has ever earned. Tonight, he stakes a claim on Sergio Pettis' bantamweight belt. If he can win that championship, it will be his 3rd weight class title. That would be an historic accomplishment. But Pettis has proven to be a courageous warrior who authored one of the most incredible comebacks ever.
Are you kidding me?
Like Pitbull, Pettis has a championship pedigree and will fight to honor that tradition.
This is a big opportunity for me, and I want the world to know that I'm here. Sergio Pettis is here to stay.
Historic stakes and bloodlines of champions will share the spotlight with another title fight. A champion with his own pound-for-pound credentials puts his crown on the line versus a sculpted slugger who's a longtime fan favorite. Vadim Nemkov is the most accomplished protege of the legendary Fedor Emelianenko. This light heavyweight title holder has a 7-year unbeaten streak.
And still, Bellator light heavyweight world champion.
The veteran challenger, Yoel Romero, hopes to bathe in the fountain of youth and use his prodigious power to produce a highlight for the ages. The city of broad shoulders is going to muscle up for what promises to be a memorable night in the Bellator cage.
Chicago's world-famous skyline, the birthplace of the skyscraper. Tonight's Bellator MMA card is stacked just as high as one, and it promises to be as hard-hitting as the monsters of the Midway. The Wintrust Arena is where we usher in the summer blockbuster season with 2 championship fights anchoring Bellator 297. A raucous throng in attendance as light heavyweight kingpin Vadim Nemkov defends his strap against Father Time's arch nemesis Yoel Romero, who at 46 aspires to be the oldest fighter to ever win a major championship belt. But he's not the only one chasing history. The top dog at featherweight, Patrício Pitbull, drops down to 135 to challenge Sergio Pettis. A victory would make Pitbull the only fighter in history to win 3 titles in 3 different divisions in a major MMA promotion. Hello there, I'm Mauro Ranallo. From boxing to professional wrestling, Chicago has played host to many memorable battles. And Second City is second to none when it comes to big Bellator bouts. April 2018, the fabled Fedor Emelianenko recorded his first win under the Bellator banner as a last emperor. Showcased his vaunted power, vanquishing Frank Mir in the World Grand Prix Showdown of heavyweight legends. Then, May 2019, featherweight champ Patrício Pitbull moved up and put down his bête noire, 3-time lightweight ruler Michael Chandler at Bellator 221 to become the promotion's second champ. That same night, Douglas Lima recorded a knockout for the ages against the previously undefeated MVP in the semifinals of the WGP. Lima would go on to win the tournament and become a record 3-time Bellator welterweight champion. And the last time we were in Windy City, last November for Bellator 288, the winds of change blew through the lightweight division as the undefeated Usman Nurmagomedov dethroned Patrício Pitbull in dominant fashion. Joining me now, Big John McCarthy, and John also at Bellator 288. Vadim Nemkov solidified his standing as a standard bearer at 205, defeating Corey Anderson in their rematch, capturing the $1 million bonus check, winning the Grand Prix, maintaining his hold on the light heavyweight gold. And tonight, he takes on a perennial contender, a guy who looks like he jumped off the cover of a superhero comic book. I'm talking about the soldier of God, Yoel Romero.
Well, he may have jumped off, and he jumped off with a flying knee since he does that all the time. But we got to talk about the champion in Vadim Nemkov. This is a guy that has been Terminator tough since arriving in the Bellator cage. He went through 4 former or current champions to get to his position. He is the protege of Fedor, like you said, but he's established himself as the very best light heavyweight in the world. It's his full set of skills, the full arsenal that he uses that separates it, because he slowly and systematically breaks you down. Now, Yoel Romero, this guy is remarkable. Listen to the crowd as they see him. He is 46 years of age. You got to talk about that. But he's still explosive, very fast, durable. He does it all, and the one thing that he is, he can explode at any time and create such damage that it is life-altering. Take a look at his fight against Alex Polizzi. He broke that jaw in 2 places that fast. He is remarkable.
Vadim Nemkov is going to try to attempt to successfully defend his light heavyweight title for a record 4th time. And of course, tonight is just a milestone night for Bellator MMA. Championship co-main event where the company's most decorated champion dares to be great again. With more on that, let's go to the fight desk and say hello to Amanda Guerra.
Hello and good evening, Mauro Ranallo, and welcome to the fight desk for what could be a historic night in MMA. I'm Amanda Guerra alongside 2-time world champ Josh Thompson here. Josh, Sergio Pettis going up against Patrício Pitbull, the Bantamweight World Championship. Patrício Pitbull, we're going to talk about this all night, looking to become the first fighter in MMA history to win 3 titles in 3 different divisions in a major promotion. I asked you this during the prelims. I said, where does this put this man in history, in the history books, if he can pull it off? You said, I need more time. You got the time now, my friend.
Look, the term GOAT thrown around in this sport too often, in a sport that's 30 years young. And so to avoid that, this definitely does open up the conversation for him, though, in putting him on the Mount Rushmore of MMA fighters. And I mean, I'm talking up there with guys like Fedor Emelianenko, but he still has the task in front of him in beating Pettis, and Pettis is so motivated to come back after the knee injury. I went through something very similar when I got hurt before I won my first world title. I was on a run, I knew what it was gonna take, and I wanted to make sure that I set the tempo right off the bat when I won that title. That's exactly what Pettis is going through right now, and I expect him to come out with fire.
You talked about Sergio Pettis coming back from that knee injury about 1.5 years off. He couldn't have a more tough test ahead of him going up against the GOAT in Patrício Pitbull. That is just one of our main events tonight, but let's talk about the fight kicking off the night. We got the big boys coming up. We have Chicago's own Daniel James going up against Gökhan Saddic. Now, the last time we were in Chicago, Daniel James making his return to Bellator after 8 years. And Josh, the American Predator, he was out to hunt.
He was on fire, man. He came out explosive, and this crowd was behind him the whole way. Beautiful uppercut, and when he gets to that top position, this guy can wrestle. He knows how to control the position. He put Tyrell Fortune down and put himself into the rankings at the same time.
He also put everyone on notice. Here he is after the fight.
I'm telling you straight up, let's keep it going, Chicago. I'm in the building. Make some noise. It's not enough. Let's go. Excuse me, but Scott Coker, I'm here, baby. You need a pretty chocolate heavyweight. I'm here, let's go. Straight up, we got the market, we get everything. My hair long, I look good, I'm Bill Dice, let's go.
Chicago, get on your feet and give it up for your man, the American Predator, Daniel James.
Josh, they absolutely love him here in Chicago. Here's my, what were you gonna say?
What's not to love about that chocolate heavyweight? He's a big boy, man. He's got a great personality. I love him.
And he's only had wins since that moment. So here's my question to you. He said, basically in that, I'm putting the heavyweight division on notice. How dangerous is he in this division?
He's extremely dangerous. He's got the size, he's got the power, he's got the wrestling. You know, he's got the cardio for such a big guy. And he imposes his will. He understands with that power, he can accomplish anything at any moment, at any time. 2 knockouts. His first 2 fights back in, both of them in knockouts.
Absolutely incredible. He said, people before that, they used to call me Daniel. Now they call me Daniel James. For more on this fight, and let's watch it unfold, let's send it back down cage side to Mauro Ranallo.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Yeah, get ready for the roof of Wintrust Arena to be blown off as Daniel James, who is a perfect 3-0 in the Bellator cage with 3 knockouts, goes up against Gökhan Saddic, who is 4-2 in Bellator with 2 knockouts. Saddic, well, he wants to put a scratch in DJ Large's record.
Take a look right here. This is the heavyweights. 265 pounds is what he weighed in at. But right now, Daniel James walking into that cage about 280 pounds, while Saddic's going to be right at that 246. That is a huge weight advantage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Bellator MMA. Tonight here at Wintrust Arena, Bellator 297 opens with the heavyweight feature set for 3 5-minute rounds as we first introduce the blue corner. At 6'3", weighing in 246 pounds, ranked at number 10. His professional record, 8 wins, 2 losses, fighting out of Istanbul, Turkey, Gökhan Saddic. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6'6", he weighed in at the heavyweight limit of 265 pounds. After 2 consecutive knockout finishes, he enters with 15 victories, 6 defeats, 1 draw, currently ranked at number 4. He hails from right here in Chicago, Illinois, introducing Daniel, the American Predator, James. In charge of the action, your referee, Jason Herzog.
Are all 5 5-minute rounds.
The bell, round 1 of this heavyweight throwdown in Chi-Town, and immediately Daniel James putting on the pressure. Saddic changing levels, and James gets taken down, but immediately gets back up.
Well, what he got back up to is that fence, and that's exactly where he wants to be with Saddic early in the fight.
And again, John, because James popped right back up, that's a change of position, not a takedown.
So right, Morrow. You know, people will say, well, there was a takedown. No, there wasn't. You saw a change of position. Saddic went for the takedown. Neither guy ended up being able to control the position. That is not a takedown.
Both fighters have 5 first-round finishes, as Saddic now has James against the fence. James with the body lock. That was a little south of the border, and Saddic continues.
Saddic cannot stop. He felt like he got a low blow there. He may have, but you can't stop. Don't just stop in the middle of the fight, because if the referee doesn't see it, you still can get hit.
And these 2 bruising heavyweights jockeying for position along the cage.
Well, James loves this right now because he's putting weight on Saddic's arm. He's just making him hold his weight at points, pulling him over. This is all part of Daniel James's plan, and the way he fights, he just wears you out with his size.
Minute and a half has elapsed here in the opening round. Ryan Bader, current heavyweight champion, talked to Linton Bissell, will get the next opportunity, but Daniel James has made it clear, hey, 41 years of age, 3-0 with 3 knockouts. And again, the heavyweight division, John, not always the deepest, and an opportunity is one big punch away.
No, but it is one that you will see fighters going up in age into the 40s, where heavyweights can be at that range, and they're still viable in the sport, where the younger fighters, the speed makes a big difference. So 41, although it sounds like, oh, it's getting up there, it's still really within the realms.
And they continue to turn the tables on each other. No one really able to assume dominant position, and now Saddic was looking to maybe change levels and thwarted by Daniel James, but as we reach the midway point of the opening round, there is that term, what is it? Wall and stall you do not want to see, John McCarthy.
This is wall and stall. You see Jason Herzog tell him, hey, if you're going to be there, you got to do something that shows me that you're trying to take an advantage in this fight. James now turns him around. I look at, Saddic has got very fast hands, and he's got good footwork, and he can stay on the outside.
Got a solid 1-2.
Can he keep James from putting weight on him? This is going to get exhausting.
Well, James, as we mentioned, a monster heavyweight. Saddic, a hybrid heavyweight.
Absolutely, and that's why he's fast. That's why he's got those good hands. The speed makes a difference, but when you're facing someone like James, oh, James almost went down on his own. Nice job by Sarcham to try to get
tenacious
hips. Can he get his hands together?
Attempt by Saddic to take the big man off his feet, and does so. James now on his back. So Saddic secures the first takedown here in the opening round, and now we'll go to work to the body and to the head, wearing down the bigger Daniel James.
And when you saw Sarcham, you got those hands clasped together right under the hips. That's when you know, you're going to be going for a ride. Nice job by Sarcham. He's trying to use ground and pound here. He needs to be careful as far as where he puts his head, but driving Daniel James back towards that cage. He needs to be careful. That can help James actually get back to his feet.
James trying to control Saddic's posture. Saddic delivers a driving left hand. Under a minute left, the crowd here in Chicago trying to rally their hometown favorite.
Sarcham trying to posture up there, lay heavier strikes down on James. All this is good work that's going to help just tire James out. It's going to just wear him down a little bit.
A huge gap in terms of total strikes landed in favor of Saddic as James looking for that Kimura lock. A little slick already, slips off, and now it's Saddic top position and sending a left hand to the face of Daniel James. So Saddic ends the round on top.
All we need is one exchange to end this whole thing. You understand me? Double jab, cross. Double jab, cross.
Footwork, huh?
John, not many things can keep me from going to Japan. Saitama Super Arena, July 29 for Bellator versus Rising MMA. Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford.
I just saw what's going to keep you from.
But here we've got another showdown, and this one Daniel James was found himself on his back against Gokhan Saddic, and it was Saddic 1 for 3 in the takedown department. He immediately goes to the lead leg of James, and remember, against Marcelo Goma in the first 2 rounds, James' lead leg was chopped down, and there's the scouting report, and now the entry by Saddic and another takedown. So Saddic using smart strategy here.
Well, he's using all that training that he did at Drysdale Jiu-Jitsu with all those big monsters that he was training with, and he's taking Daniel James down, and he's looking good doing it. That was a great job of chopping at the leg and setting it up. Beautiful.
James said he would be attacking his leg because of what happened against Goma, and it cost James again, setting up the takedown.
Yeah, James felt that he knew that everyone now is going to try to take advantage of that low calf kick and try to take away his foundation. But right now, Sarcham not only is taking away the foundation, he's put that entire building on its back. This is exactly what James needs to do.
Ball walk, but nope. Saddic putting the pressure on him.
Great job by Sarcham to use his head as a third arm, push him back over.
Body shot by Saddic, and James again looking for that double wrist lock and using his hips, shrimping the hips. Not easy for a man his size, John.
No, it's not. You know, he's got a lot of weight to move there. Sarcham just taking his time, picking his shots, posturing up at moments to try to land heavy shots. And what we've seen, as we see a lot of heavyweights when they're on their back, not many heavyweights are real dangerous off of their back. They're great when they're in the top position, like Sarcham is, but off of their back, limited in their ability to stop or to counter with submissions.
Saddic to half guard.
The Chicago crowd does not like that their hometown hero is on his back, but Sarcham is doing good work here. Take a look at those total strikes landed, 56 of 70, 80% for Saracham. That's an amazing percentage.
And yet the big one for the heavy-hitting Daniel James, just 6. Incredible. And that's what happens again when you do your homework. Saracham taking the big man down, controlling him from top position, cross-facing there, looking to posture up, goes to the body in the meantime.
Well, the big thing that Saracham is taking away from James when he puts him on his back is all that power that he has, that ability to have that knockout punch is gone.
Both James and Saddic, proud fathers, and happy Father's Day weekend to all the dads out there, including you, Big John McCarthy.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Under 2 minutes left here in the middle frame, and Saddic looking to do some ground and pound, needs to posture up. James on his back needs to try to find a method of escape, trying to use that fence perhaps to lock. Oh, and referee on the money. They're telling him to not use his toes to hook the cage.
Great shoulder pressure by Saracham. Look at him as he's using that left hand under the head and driving that shoulder into the neck area of James, controlling his head position.
Both of them with a boxing background, but it's Saracham maintaining control on the ground, much to the consternation of this partisan crowd in Chicago.
You know, we had talked to Saracham about the crowd and how, you know, what influence it could have on him. He said, I don't care. I'm not listening to them. I just go and do my job. Daniel James is talking to Saracham. Saracham is talking back. Daniel
That's talking, more sucking is what the crowd would like to see.
Daniel James needs to do more of getting himself up or turning this position. Elevator sweep, something to get him in the top position. He cannot settle for being on his back.
Well, the elevator went down in round 2, courtesy of the wrestling of Gokhan Sadacham, as we head to the 3rd and final round. Now, this may be the perfect scenario for Daniel James after what happened in his last fight against Marcelo Gomez, because he was down after 2 rounds, John.
Yeah, I don't know. You could take him. This was the takedown. This was in this first round here. Is towards the end of the first round. Saracham got that takedown, but here was the leg kicks right here, going for that, trying to get that calf kick going. Landed a couple of those, and after he landed a couple of those calf kicks, he got the attention straight into that beautiful takedown, trapped the leg behind. Outstanding job, stayed in that top position the entire round.
Footwork. When he come heavy, your level change again if you want. And they know he's gonna come.
Back to this fence and get yourself off the ground. I need you to build. Let's go, DJ. Hey, decide right now that you're going to win. Decide right now that you're going to win.
Decide right now that you're going to win. Some extra motivation from Daniel James' corner. Meanwhile, Gokhan Sadacham potentially on the verge of derailing the DJ Express. Still a lot of talking, John, but we'll see what happens. 3rd and final round. And in his last fight, Daniel James recorded the 3rd round TKO against Marcelo Gomez, but has been unable to get anything going. And we talked about, John, the fact he needs to take care of his legs. That calf kick has landed repeatedly for Sadacham.
Every time the Saracham throws that, he needs to be throwing that right hand, making him pay for throwing the kick. He's not doing that. He's just eating the kick, just like you just saw.
Good movement by Sadacham, lateral movement. It's incumbent on, James trying to close the distance, get clipped by Sadacham.
Saracham's got fast hands, he's got good footwork. This is the Saracham that I really expected to see in this fight.
And there's the entry, but telegraphed and well defended by James, who pushes Sadacham along the fence, delivers a knee to the midsection for good measure. Opening minute of the 3rd is done.
Sarcham with that underhook. You see him being able to turn the position. That's just technique right there. Doesn't matter how big and strong you are. If someone's got better technique and they're using it, they're going to have the advantage.
Sarcham came in ranked number 10. James ranked at number 4, but James' undefeated record in Bellator MMA.
He's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to change what's going to be the outcome of Sarcham winning this fight. He's got to do something. It creates a situation where he's either in the top position on the ground doing damage, or he gets the big shot in the stand-up.
Should we, at this stage of mixed martial arts, be surprised in terms of what's, you know what I mean, heavyweights, you expect what their background is. This is why they do their scouting reports. This is why you make adjustments. This is why you come up with game plans. And yeah, it's not to the liking of the Chicago crowd, but Gokhan Sarcham is trying to move up the rankings.
Absolutely. Look, his big thing is, I went in with a wrestler in my last fight, and things didn't go my way. He was able to take me down. I'm not going to let that happen. That's why
the referee wants to maybe make something happen here with a striking affair after he was, and again, a lot of static.
Sarcham going after that takedown again. Needs to be careful with his neck. You don't want to have a big guy on your neck.
James has 3 submission victories. Final 2 minutes of the fight.
Sarcham doing a good job of maintaining that underhook.
And James pummeling and trying to find a way to, in many ways, he needs to create separation and land something ostentatious here, and it's again the jockeying for position. Now it's a smaller Sarcham able to turn James and put him against the fence again. Under 90 seconds left in the fight. And fatigue is becoming a big factor for both fighters.
You got both guys having heavy arms right now. A lot of lactic acid. The explosion is gone.
Final minute of the fight.
Great job by Sarcham, turning him again. And that's just fatigue. That is someone who's tired, trying to find a moment to rest. And all of a sudden his opponent's pushing him, turning that corner. Now he's got his back against the cage.
Sarcham kneeing the leg, and another knee to the leg of James. So a smart strategy employed by Gokhan Sarcham, looking to bounce back after he tasted defeat in his last fight, and he's looking to hand Daniel James his first loss in Bellator. James finds himself once again on his back, a left hand that grazed the face of James, but it will end with Gokhan Sarcham in top position, grounding Daniel James and potentially his Bellator winning streak. And I say potentially because I'm never sure.
I would tell you that's not a hard fight to judge. I think
famous last words, John McCarthy. Gokhan Sarcham coming over and looking at Big John, said, hey, what did I say to you? And he delivered on that message of his.
He went out and did exactly what he said he was going to do. Out-wrestle him.
Sarcham, in terms of striking, punches, knees, elbows, kicks, it was a clean sweep in the striking department. I mean, anemic numbers for Daniel James.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the best that Daniel James had in that was at times he was in better position with the clinch, but other than that, it was all Gokhan Sarcham. He looked fantastic. He proved why you go and train in certain places with certain guys when it's a weakness and make it a strength.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side: Sal D'Amato, Ron McCarthy, Brandon Mason. All 3 scored exactly the same at 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Gokhan Saddic.
Clean sweep on the scorecards. Gokhan Saddic picks up the big win over Daniel James via unanimous decision, and so James now dropping to 3-1, while Saddic restoring some momentum after having a 4-fight win streak snapped in his last fight. So a big win for Gokhan Saddic as we go back to the fight desk.
Not the result that the crowd here in Chicago wanted, but so much kudos to Gokhan Saddic. Josh, you have always said that fighting is a selfish sport. Those 2 months that he took to leave his family, leave his kids, go to Vegas and train, it paid off.
Yeah, you got to isolate yourself away from all the things that are tempting, whether it's your family, your kids, your wife, your whatever it is, the food that you want to be surrounded by. It's a selfish sport, and we saw the results of being selfish.
Huge implications. Corey Anderson going up against Phil Davis. Josh, when you take a look at the rankings, these guys are number 1 and 2 in the standings. They have both fought and lost to the champ Vadim Nemkov, but you see them there at 1 and 2. Whoever wins this, it puts them right back in that title fight conversation. Now, when you look at them backstage, getting ready for this fight, you talked about it all week. This is a coin flip of a fight because how similar these guys are. Both come from a wrestling background. You come from a wrestling background. What makes wrestlers so potent in MMA?
Because we're grinders. We understand what it takes to go out there and compete in the toughest sport in the world. Whether that's MMA or whether it's wrestling, the two I feel like are 2 in the same. You got the grind in you. But where I look at Corey Anderson is that he has the potential to knock you out. It's that jab. It's the straight jab down the pipe, and he sets it up with his right hand to follow up. And he's going to use all of those things to get to that top position against Phil Davis. If he can get to that top position and lay down the big shots, that ground and pound that he is known for, look for him to try to use that jab, close it, get to the top, and finish Phil Davis in that way. But Phil Davis, he's got something on the other side of that in the stand-up area. It's those leg kicks, and those leg kicks help set up that right there to the head. Corey Anderson is a lot taller than Phil Davis by a couple inches, but he can get that foot up there. He's flexible, he's dynamic, he's explosive on the feet and on the ground. So look for this fight, like you said, to cancel themselves out in the wrestling. I think the 2 of them are going to end up standing and banging.
Wrestlers who turned into incredible stand-up fighters. It is going to be so good watching this fight unfold here. Josh, is there any separation that you can find between these 2 guys because they are so similar?
No, they're so similar in terms of wrestling, their cardio, their conditioning. They're true professionals. They come in always ready to fight.
Something to keep in mind as we watch this. Phil Davis has never been finished. We'll see if he can avoid that yet again tonight. Morrow, down to you.
All right, yeah, pivotal matchup at light heavyweight. 2 fighters who have seen Vadim Nemkov twice, the light heavyweight champion who will defend the title against Yoel Romero in the main event. But it's the number 1 ranked Corey Anderson against the number 2 ranked former champion Phil Davis. Potential title eliminator as we go to the tail of the tape.
And the real thing to look at here, these guys are so close in everything. The big difference is 33 years of age for Corey, 5 years older right now for Phil Davis, but both are just amazing athletes.
Bellator MMA turns now to the light heavyweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We introduce first the blue corner. At 6'2", weighing in 206 pounds, having formerly held the light heavyweight title, he stands tonight ranked at number 2, holding 24 professional victories along with 6 losses, fighting out of San Diego, California by way of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Phil, Mr. Wonderful Davis. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner, at 6'3", weighing in 205 pounds even. Coming off his world title challenge, he's maintained that number 1 ranking tonight, entering with 16 professional victories, 6 defeats. He fights out of Robbinsville, New Jersey, by way of Rockton, Illinois, presenting Corey Overtime and In charge, Rob Madrigal.
The bell and round number 1 scheduled for 3 rounds in the light heavyweight division. The number 1 ranked Corey Anderson, the number 2 ranked Phil Davis. Anderson, boxing centric, putting a lot of weight on that lead leg. Davis, virtuoso at managing distance, using his long limbs, level change, and wonder too about the scrambling. Both of them scramble well, and Davis and Anderson scrambling now, well, jockeying for position as Anderson tries to snatch that single.
Yeah, he's got it up there, but not going to be an easy thing to do. You're looking at Phil trying to just control his balance, using the cage, break the hands down. You see, nice job by Corey Anderson's just strong.
Take him. Beautiful reversal by Davis.
But that's the whole point. Both of them can do that. It's their scrambling ability. You take them down, all of a sudden they're ending up on top.
As I just mentioned, both of them superlative scramblers, and we're seeing that on display already here early in the opening round. NCAA champion Phil Davis at Penn State. Corey Anderson, high-level wrestler who has put it all together, and now Davis says, I'm going to try to take you down, and momentarily able to put Anderson on his knees. But John, talk about this battle.
You're taking a look right now. Corey Anderson's not in a good position. Notice how his arm is trapped in there. He's trying to work his way around. He wants to bring that left arm to the other side of Phil Davis. Unable to do it. Phil Davis really working hard to off-balance Corey Anderson. Look at that, you see him fighting the hands. He's broken the hands back apart. And this is the one thing about Phil Davis. Phil Davis has an incredibly long reach, and he's able to get his hands together at times when a lot of guys cannot.
2 minutes gone in the first round. Davis working from the back, hand fighting Anderson, trying to break that grip, trying to turn into him, does so against the fence, trying to create some separation. Pummeling, and Anderson on the release with a sweeping left hook that misses. There's that jab, and that buckled the knees, and I think it was, did he roll his ankle? Or did,
I believe he stepped back, his ankle rolled on.
But still, that jab is potent for Corey Anderson. It's a sharp jab, and he does a great job of head movement, slipping and dipping as we're seeing here.
The one thing you got to watch, though, many times Corey gets into a rhythm
to the right,
dips that head to the right quite often. Don't allow Phil Davis to time that. That's exactly how he lost to Ovince St. Preux.
Just over 2 minutes now remaining in the first round. Anderson, good punch placement, goes to the body. Davis against the fence, trying to keep Anderson off, but Anderson putting pressure on Davis now, and they pummel. They're fighting for control.
You know, Josh Thompson talked about, I think the wrestling is going to cancel each other out, and this is going to be a striking contest, and I would agree. And here you go. It's been nothing but grappling.
Well, wasn't the heavyweight fight supposed to be a striker's sport?
Exactly, yeah.
It's MMA, and here's Paul. Phil Davis looking for Anderson's neck, and yes, because his nickname is Mr. Wonderful, I almost called him Paul Mr. Wonderful Orndorff. Rest in power, another pro wrestling legend. Just over a minute left. Hey, my pro wrestling background has to come back once in a while. Anderson changing levels, looks for the takedown, takes Davis off his feet as he controls the legs.
Very smart. You see where Phil Davis is grabbing on here, holding that position.
Under a minute left here in the first frame.
Fights his way back.
Scrambles.
Now it's on the single leg, but he's got that position on top and gets up in the top.
And for Davis, his style, folk style wrestling is all about that control. And he's one of the best in terms of smothering his opponents. And yet Anderson back to his feet now against the fence.
Well, this is one of the reasons when you talk about different styles of freestyle wrestling, folk style wrestling, folk style wrestlers, folk style, Greco-Roman, all upper body control. But folk style wrestlers are good at controlling people on the ground, but both of these guys are folk style wrestlers.
Right.
So neither one is easy to control on the ground.
And we're seeing that, and they are just fighting for every inch along the fence with Davis Now Anderson able to.
Davis looking for that Kimura.
Yep, the double wrist lock looking for that Kimura that has been successful for him in the past twice. He's submitted his opponents with the Kimura. So we are through the first round, and coming up, the first of our 2 championship fights tonight, the return of Sergio Pettis, the bantamweight champion, who will defend the title against featherweight champion Patrício Pitbull, becoming the first ever challenger in a champion versus champion fight in Bellator to drop 10 pounds, but he's been doing it since he was preparing to fight Kleber Koike last New Year's Eve. Pitbull looking to make MMA history, winning a major title in 3 divisions. Sergio Pettis looking to remain the 135-pound champion. The landscape has changed a lot in the 18 months that Pettis has been gone. Patchy Mix, the winner of the $1 million World Grand Prix, waiting to face the victor.
Yeah, waiting to face the victor, and what a performance he put on throughout that entire tournament. He was amazing.
Tonight, 2 fighters chasing history. Patrício Pitbull and Yoel Romero. Corey Anderson wanting to erase recent history after losing in the final of the $1 million World Grand Prix. Phil Davis, he has designs of becoming a 2-time light heavyweight champion. A tough round to score, Joe.
Oh my God.
How do you see it?
You know, it all came down to those scrambles. Corey was the one that was able to have better position time, got that big takedown, but popped right back up and ended up losing the position. I give it to Corey Anderson, but I almost wanted to put 10-10.
This is the kind of pace that favors Corey Anderson, the ability to feint, put the pressure on that lead leg, walk down Davis.
Corey listening to his corner there, and they tell him, use the jab. See him pop right back in and popping that jab out. Lead with that jab. His right hand will become much more effective off of that use.
Davis, focus, trying to utilize the jab. There's Corey Anderson's corner, and
Nick Catone, Mark Henry.
On Mark Henry, one of the best striking.
Just a guy named Frankie
game.
Edgar in there too.
And you see shades of Frankie Edgar in Corey Anderson's fighting style at times.
Absolutely.
More volume.
Frankie Edgar, a legend.
Nice shot.
And there's the level change by Davis. Anderson keeping his balance, overhook. And a grueling affair, a war of attrition here. Davis again has Anderson's back, but the hand fighting, Davis able to break the grip.
He's been great at breaking that grip because multiple times Davis has been able to get his hands just joined together, and Corey keeps on breaking them apart. And you can look, this is all, you know, it's all good. You see that Phil is, you know, has
now it's Anderson looking for the Kimura.
Nice.
Good presence of mind by Davis to separate. Anderson trying to put together some rhythm, a tempo, trying to land that left hook. Now leads with the right hand on the left. Davis looking to counter, really just threw it out lazily, trying to set up the level change. Well defended by Anderson.
Yeah, right now Phil is not throwing his hands with any type of confidence. You take a look, he's unsure about when to throw his hands against Corey Anderson. Corey's got him kind of guessing about what he's going to do. I've never seen Phil Davis actually wrestle so much.
And that's what you guys, you and Josh always wanted.
Always.
And yet now, there's a scramble again. It's now Anderson on Davis's back momentarily, but Davis popping back to his feet. These two have remained as close as conjoined twins in terms of this grappling.
This is exhausting. You take a look at the output of both of these guys. You can right now take a look at the diaphragm of Phil Davis. His mouth is open, and he's pumping hard. He's working really hard.
Anderson walking down Davis on his back foot. Anderson trying to put together the rhythm. Nice right hand over the top. Nice slip and the rip there from Anderson. There's a right hand. Jab, and again, Davis, you're right, John, just trying to
a little
set up
labor.
the takedown.
Just a grinding battle between these two guys. There's been some fantastic grappling exchanges.
I was a mediocre high school wrestler, hated the meat grinder. This is what it reminds me of, though. These two are in the meat grinder. Right hand by Davis.
Davis needs to do that more. That was at least a 1-2. You got to put those shots on him.
Davis he rolls with the punches, or excuse me, Anderson rolls with the punches, takes off the steam.
Yes, he does.
And now chance of let's go Corey from the Chicago crowd, the native of Rockton, Illinois. Pummeling by Davis. Under a minute left here in the second stanza. Knee by Davis, trying to control Anderson's head, nothing doing.
Nice. That was a good knee to the body. Corey felt that knee, but he's been able to be the guy putting Davis on his back foot.
Sprawled by Anderson. Under 30 seconds left as Anderson goes fishing for a...
Nice job bringing it back to...
Now the perspiration, all that sweat, they are
so hard.
Sliding, and nice jab there, and good angle by Davis. Throws it right, but it's not with a lot of confidence, John, like you say. Final 10 seconds of the second round. Grueling affair between the former Bellator light heavyweight champion, Phil Davis, the #1 ranked Corey Anderson.
More weight on the punches.
Don't over left.
Yeah, don't go left every time.
Adjust on the jab is what you're not getting back with that adjust every time. But keep your eyes on it.
It's pony up time. Pony up time, right? Come on. Let's go. Let's show these people the levels, right?
Here was Anderson when he got behind. You saw Phil trying to hook the leg. He looks for the knee bar there. Anderson realizes what's going on. Doesn't allow that to happen. Both guys landing nice, clean shots throughout, but it was Corey Anderson that landed the hard blows.
And you heard Mark Henry, Anderson's trainer, saying, don't go move to your head to the left all the time. We're seeing tell signs there where he gets caught. Doctor just looking over the right eye of Corey Anderson, and all's good, but you know, Phil Davis is a thinking man's fighter, as cerebral as they come, and really in this fight, John, correct me if I'm wrong, Anderson not really giving him time to think, really forcing him to throw when maybe he doesn't want to throw.
No, absolutely. He's forcing him into engagements when Phil is looking for that moment that he can go. Corey's forcing the matter on him, and so Phil's fought really well. I mean, it's a close fight. I thought the second round was a little clearer that Corey won it, but this fight could go either way.
And Davis popping Anderson with the right and the left, and Davis using angles, now feinting. Anderson, low leg kick, the inside of the lead leg of Davis. There's Davis coming back with a kick to the lead leg of Anderson. Jab landing for the longer-limbed Phil Davis. Left hand from Anderson.
Now you're starting to see Phil Davis at least start to really throw his hands with more confidence, and he's putting shots out there.
There's a nice beautiful right hand that landed for Phil Davis. Anderson output. You'd hear there, slips to the left hook to the body by Corey Anderson. Jab, double jab, triple jab from Anderson. Davis close the distance, kick blocked by Anderson. Doesn't mean it still didn't hurt, John. Nope. There's the entry by Davis, again defended by Corey Anderson. And now Davis looking for that grip, but it's Anderson on the back of Davis, has one hook in. 3 minutes remaining in the third.
Nice job of Corey Anderson using his right hand behind the leg there. I was trying to hold himself in place.
Phil Davis's 32nd professional fight again, has never been knocked out or submitted.
You can see why that Phil Davis is so difficult to fight. Just take a look at all these times. You think Corey has a spot where he's going to be able to control position. It just doesn't happen. Phil never stops. Same as Corey. He never stops until he gets to the position he wants to be in.
Final half of the final frame in this light heavyweight encounter. The top two ranked light heavyweights setting the table for tonight's main event. Vadim Nemkov, undefeated in Bellator, the World Grand Prix winner over Corey Anderson. He will defend the title against ageless wonder Yoel Romero, who at 46 will attempt to become the oldest fighter ever to win a major MMA championship. These two want to remain in the hunt. Nice lead left hook to the body by Anderson.
It was a clean body attack, both hands.
Oh, spinning back fist by Corey Anderson. Here in Chicago, it's called the Chicago Pimp Hand, thanks to Mr. International Shoney Carter. Pulled off one of the most memorable spinning back fist KOs against Matt Serra.
UFC 30. Man, I'm old.
And now, pressure being put on by Anderson. Davis resets, marches forward, hands a little low, but flashes the jab. Ducks underneath the sweeping right hook of Anderson.
Phil Davis feeling a little bit more comfortable with the range now. He's kind of got his feel about the jab of Corey Anderson. He's trying to land counter strikes on him.
It's a stiff jab from Davis. Under a minute left. Competitive encounter as expected, John, between these two upper tier light heavyweights. Oh, nice 1-2 by Davis.
Just a little bit out of range there, just at the end of that punch.
Nice jab by Davis. Can anyone land the coup de grace in the final 20 seconds? Davis went hunting. Mouth guard is out.
Knocked the mouth guard out. Davis having more success with that right hand, finding a place.
It will come down to the judges to determine the victor of this light heavyweight encounter between former champion Phil Davis and Corey Anderson, looking to bounce back from that disheartening loss to Vadim Nemkov in the main event of the World Grand Prix. These two veterans, these two world-class athletes showing the respect. 15 hard minutes, John.
Hard minutes. You're talking about guys that really put a lot of effort. The grappling that was taking place in that first round, it was amazing that they were able to maintain that and even maintain it into the second round. Not quite as much grappling in the third round, but both guys really putting a ton out in that. And this is one of those fights where you just look at, there's no loser. Unfortunately, there will be, but both guys fought fantastic. I thought Phil Davis, in this third round, I thought he was much more successful. Nice, clean right hand landing. Beautiful jab, touches him. And he had, at one point we saw that right here, the mouthpiece goes out. You know, I don't think it really hurt Corey, but it was enough that his mouth was open, possibly, you know, because of the pace that they had. Great fight for both guys.
Thank you.
Class act, Mark Henry, both caps. I mean, you don't get better than Phil Davis and Corey Anderson in terms of their respective journeys and what they have put their bodies through to get to this level. Let's go to Michael C. Williams for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go now to your judges' scorecards, where your first judge, Scott Jones, has the fight 29-28. He scores the fight for Davis. Your second judge, Darren Cleary, 29-28, seeing the fight for Anderson. While your third and final judge at cage side, Chris Lee, scoring the fight 29-28. He has it for the winner by split decision, Corey Anderson.
Hard-fought bounce-back victory for Corey Anderson, who exercises the demon from his last fight here against Vadim Nemkov. A disappointed Phil Davis tasting defeat, but again, a hard-fought 15 minutes of action sees Corey Anderson maintain the #1 ranking. Let's go to Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your winner, Corey Anderson. Corey, that was a grueling, amazing fight. The first round, you guys went after it in the wrestling department, and neither guy was going to settle for being on the bottom.
No, I knew. But before we get into it, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ, my Savior. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. Trials and tribulations after the last fight, but he pushed me through. My mom sending me that message this week, Mama, that motivated me so much. Pops, I know you think I don't listen to you. I threw some kicks for you, baby. That was for you, Daddy. And my wife, my biggest fan, my biggest supporter. I know she had somewhere, Jennifer Anderson. Baby, I love you so much. I love you so much. You made this camp so easy for me. I was doing 18 to 20 training sessions a week, and my wife was taking care of the kids, cooking dinner, making sure I was taking care of it, but never complained once that I wasn't home. I appreciate you more than you know, baby. Hey, like you say, we gonna be all right. All right, now, back to what you were saying. We knew Phil was gonna be a good wrestler. Like I said all week, the one thing I had to worry about was the scrambles. As you see, I would get the takedowns. He was good at scrambling and getting on top or getting out. So he worked out a lot, you know. My coach, Nicotone, we've been working this for about, what, 6, 7 years now? It sucked that he's been hurt, so I can't go with him as much. But him and Frankie with their mindset in wrestling, it just, I knew exactly what to do when we got in those situations.
When you got into that third round, you guys had both put out so much energy. You lost your mouthpiece on a shot. I didn't think it hurt you, but you lost your mouthpieces. You just started breathing heavy.
Oh, it wasn't I was breathing. As y'all see, I'm missing a tooth now. So this is my old mouthpiece. It don't fit as well in my mouth. I was trying to adjust it to get my bite because I was going to strike the last 60 seconds. And he threw the jab at the same time and knocked it out of my mouth. It didn't hurt me, but coach said I might have lost you the round because it looked like he hurt you, but I was good.
Who should be next for you? This is a great win against a great opponent in Phil Davis.
Come on, man. You already know what I want. There's only one thing I'm here for. Mike Colgan, Scott Coker, all the Bellator people, Ali Abdelaziz are going to make this happen. We want that strap!
Sounds good to me. Congratulations on a beautiful win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the man that does the overtime, Corey Anderson.
In the battle for positional control, Corey Anderson, Phil Davis, tooth and nail, and Corey Anderson has made it clear. He wants another opportunity, deservedly so, as the #1 ranked competitor at light heavyweight. We'll be watching the main event tonight with vested interest as Vadim Nemkov defends the title against Yoel Romero. Let's go back up to the fight desk.
Moro, thank you so much. Look, it is time for our first main event. Patrício Pitbull looking to make MMA history, but he is going to have to go through Sergio Pettis to do it. Patrício Pitbull, we all know the story by now, looking to become the first fighter in MMA history to win a belt in a major promotion in 3 different divisions. Josh, you see how he's gotten the first 2 there, but explain to people, obviously nobody's been able to do this before. Why is this so difficult?
Look, we've seen success with fighters going up in weight class, him being one of them, with his highlight reel knockout of Michael Chandler going to 55, because he was the champ at 45, goes up to 55, knocks out Chandler. Now he wants to test himself to go down to 35. The reason why it's hard to go down is you're really depleting your body. Your performance is not the same. And most people that go down the weight class, what they're trying to do is secure that strap. They're already a champ maybe in one division and want to go down another division to try to win another title. So that is a 5-round fight. And when you're doing that, you're really having to focus on depleting yourselves too much to the points where rounds 3, 4, and 5 are not going to be effective.
Okay, so look at Patrício Pitbull here, and we want to tell people at home, we were talking this week, if anybody did it the right way, he did. After his fight in October, which he won, by the way, he maintained that weight. So he got used to that lower weight. He said, look, I feel fast. I feel like I still have my power. If that's the case, Josh, how does he try to get the win? And what do you think about the way he's looking?
I think he looks fantastic. I think with him, he also at 145 was carrying a lot of muscle, and then him dropping down to 35, he looks fantastic. Now, I don't know how that's going to translate inside that cage, but he's got the knockout power, he's got the dress, he's got the jiu-jitsu, he's got everything, and all the tangibles to become the 135-pound champ.
Taking a look at what he's been able to do in the past, I mean, you talk about it a little bit, also going up against somebody who's the same height as him. That's something he hasn't dealt with before. I mean, how does he put it all together for Pitbull?
Well, I think he's just got to do what he does. I mean, he's been doing this for years. He understands what he's got to do. He's got to set up the jab. He's got to go ahead and set up his right hand. And I think when he's going to utilize that wrestling, his arm and guillotine is some of the best in the game. What you're going to see from him tonight is you're going to see him actually look to utilize his wrestling a little bit outside of the striking. We know him as being a knockout artist. But where the advantage lies with him against Pettis is his wrestling and his submission game. Let's not forget what he can do. Even though he can rock you with his hands, because he's got big power in both hands, but he doesn't just rely on that. He jumps to the arm and guillotine. He's got one of the best in the game in finishing. And when he gets there, he's a finisher. Emmanuel Sanchez, who we saw earlier tonight, he put him to sleep in seconds, and beautifully done. This is one of my favorite highlights ever in Bellator history, where he goes up to challenge Michael Chandler at 155 pounds and puts him to sleep. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. Now he's going down to bantamweight to try to secure that third belt in the third weight class that's never been done before.
And not just that, we know he has the mental fortitude to get through something like this. So let's talk about the champ, Sergio Pettis. Looks, he wins the belt, and then he hurts his knee. And during that time, he has to watch the Bellator Bantamweight Grand Prix unfold, losing out on $1 million there. Said, I kind of have a chip on my shoulder going into this, but coming back, going up against Pitbull, how does he try to find advantages against him?
Look, when he fought Horiguchi, he jumped up on the cage afterwards and said, I'm the man. That's my belt. He felt like, you know what? That solidified the fact that he deserved to be there and that he was there. But where I find out with him is that he's evolved so much. His wrestling takedowns are so good against Juan Archuleta, fantastic wrestler out of Purdue. Struggled to get him down. And on the feet, he is someone that never stops moving, never stops working. And when he did get taken down, he worked his way right back to his feet and circled off the fence, and he understood what was at stake. Okay, but when he fought Kashakian, this was something that really impressed me. He drops him with the big shots, and then he understood what was going on. Look, I'm punching him, he's not finishing up. Let me jump to the arm and guillotine. Let me finish this fight. Let me secure the win. Rolls him over to the top position. Boom, finishes out cold. Nicely done. But this is where he felt like he came into his own. He was down on the cards, losing every round, come back. He had practiced that, and we had seen him doing it in training. He even posted a video the next day of him faking the head kick and hitting the spinning back fist. Boom, lights out. That secured him his highlight reel knockout for the rest of his career in Bellator history.
We did ask him this week. I mean, he's been very well spoken of Patrício Pitbull. Is he giving him too much credit? That's something we're going to have to watch inside the cage. If he could just make him human there, another fighter standing across from him. Look, we won't know anything until both of these fighters step in the cage, but something we do know is the man waiting in the wings to face this winner, because when Sergio Pettis was out with that injury, as mentioned, the Bantamweight World Grand Prix, that got underway, and Patchy Mix took that division by storm. It was absolutely incredible. He told us, I know I can win this. And the first round cruised through Kyoji Horiguchi, winning by unanimous decision there. After that, he was on to Magomedov, who had only lost twice in his career, never been finished. But look, he put him to sleep. We were all on notice then. And in the final for $1 million, it took 1 minute and 20 seconds to knock out Rafion Stotts there. Patchy Mix becoming a $1 million man. So here are the Bantamweight rankings. Pettis, the current champ. Patchy Mix, the Bantamweight World Grand Prix winner. And Patrício Pitbull, of course, making his debut here with the Bantamweights at Bellator, attempting to secure a belt in a third division. And whoever wins this, we know Patchy Mix is waiting on the other side. For more on that, let's welcome in Patchy Mix here. We see the belt in front of you from the Grand Prix. You're $1 million richer, friend. How has life been for you since that?
I feel great, you know, life-changing moment, life-changing for my family. You know, $1 million, this world title right here, and all the momentum to face one of these winners here.
So when you're looking at the two of these fighters, you got Sergio Pettis, you got Patrício Pitbull. How do you see this fight matching up between the two of them?
I see Pitbull's experience, you know, coming out on top. You can't pick against him, you know. He was the 155-pound champion, knocked out Michael Chandler. 145-pound champion, beat AJ McKee, and now he's attempting to be the 3-way world champion to beat Sergio Pettis. You know, you can't pick against him.
Do you feel like Sergio's kind of flying under the radar? All the talk has been about Patricio, like you just brought up, and I think a lot of us have been doing it. But is Pettis been sliding under the radar a little bit?
Yes, he's been sliding under the radar, and rightfully so. You know, he's facing Bellator's GOAT, and he was actually losing his last fight, if we remember. So he's flying under the radar, and he has a big opportunity here for himself. You know.
When you look at the two fights, and you think Patricio's going to come up on top, but which one do you prefer to fight?
Patrício Pitbull, pound for pound #1. You know, I want to be the one to finish him. I want to go out there and solidify myself as the best bantamweight in the world. You know, and I want to take one of the pound for pound spots here. You know, #1.
All right, last question. Last question. What was the first thing you bought after you won the $1 million?
I'm buying a house. You know, first thing I gave my mom some money. You know, but I'm buying a house. That's everything. And you know, buying a house in Vegas.
You're a good man.
Patchy, it was so fun watching you during that Grand Prix, and we know whoever wins this, it is going to be an incredible fight, and you are at the top of your game. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Anytime. Thank you.
So we know the contender, but it is about history. Can Sergio Pettis prove he is the king of the bantamweight division against one of the greatest to ever step in the cage, or will Patrício Pitbull accomplish what is nearly impossible?
Growing up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a lot of people don't know about Milwaukee. They think, you know, when you hear about Wisconsin, farms, dairy, beer. But Milwaukee's a city, man. We have a lot of violence here, a lot of gun violence, a lot of robberies. I mean, my father was murdered a block away from my house. It's a terrible environment to be around. It's hard to get out of it.
When I set out to do this, I was like, yo, I'm gonna make sure my little brother has a way out of this situation we're in. And we grew up in a very modest neighborhood, you know, a lot of gangbanging, drugs and stuff that was right there for us.
My mom was devastated by that. We all were as a family. My brothers really stepped up and played that father role. Both my brothers made sure I was good, make sure that I was growing in the right way and turning out to be the man I could be.
When my dad died, I made the decision, like, I'm putting all I have into this kid, and to see him win that belt, buy his house, get engaged, hopefully get married soon and have a kid, like, it's a dream come true, man.
My brother was on the Wheaties box, UFC champion, WC champ. Obviously, it was a big shadow to step out of. I took 2 back-to-back losses, kind of going through some times in my life where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Going more into the shadows, I feel, kind of made me realize that I had light in me as well.
Every time that I'm going to step in the cage, I know it's going to be for 5 rounds. And I am used to that. I prefer to fight in that way because I know I am fighting for my dream. When I was young, my father realized that I fought a lot in the street, and he came to me and, hey, stop with that. I'm gonna put you in jiu-jitsu. And jiu-jitsu gave to me the discipline. I am a little smaller than anyone in the gym, and I was very violent. And my coach looked to me and said, hey, now you are Pitbull. Me and my brother. The big Pitbull and the little Pitbull. I am the little.
The Pitbull style fight is to destroy the opponent. I will destroy, my brother will destroy. That's it, doesn't matter who.
Tenacious as dudes, bro. Them guys come. The Pitbull brothers built their brand on just being ferocious. The Pettis brothers, man, our brand is based off of traditional martial arts. We grew up in Taekwondo, very respectful guys, but we're some badasses, man. You know, we both can get down.
I feel like the Pettises, man, we just bring that factor, that what-if factor. Hard for people to read and to prepare for.
I was thinking he was losing that fight.
Are you kidding me?
Sergio is dangerous because he's unpredictable. Unpredictable.
I remember right when I hit him with that, stop the fight, I was like, this is mine now. This is my belt. Yeah, it's my belt. That's my belt. Yep. That really meant a lot to me.
That idea to go down to 135 was because I like challengers. So I knew no one in the world have that mark, like 3 belts, 3 different divisions.
If he beats me, the first athlete to become a 3-time champion in 3 different weight classes. Faced a lot of adversity last year. Tore my ACL, missed out on a chance to become a millionaire. With this time off, I feel like I even got better. Sergio Pettis is here, and I'm here to stay.
I am come to make history, the first 3 division champ. Just want to show nothing is impossible, and we're gonna do that.
Our tail of the tape for this bantamweight championship bout. Look at 22-5 for Sergio Pettis, 35-5 for Patrício Pitbull. Both men are champions. Both men are absolutely 2 of the best.
Bellator MMA now presents back-to-back world title fights. Tonight's double main event begins with 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. And now, introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'6", weighing in 134.2 pounds, the former lightweight and current featherweight champion looks now to make history as the first ever 3-division world champion. Tonight, he steps into the cage with a veteran professional record, 35 victories, 5 losses. From Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, presenting the challenger, Patrício Pitbull. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'6", weighing in 134 pounds even. After a spectacular knockout victory in his last title defense, he now returns to defend his belt for the second time, entering with 22 wins, 5 defeats from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, SP Sergio in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Gentlemen, 5-round fight for the belt. We went over the rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. If you'd like touch gloves now, please return to your corners.
Sergio Pettis, one of 8 fighters to hold the Bellator Bantamweight belt. It is on the line tonight in this potentially historic scrap. Patrício Pitbull looked shredded at the weigh-in of 135. Credits the fighting scientist, Francisco Freitas, for helping him make weight the right way. He is the first challenger in a Bellator champion versus champion fight to drop weight and move down a weight class. And of course, questions surrounding that. How will he take a punch, and how will the weight cut affect his speed and his conditioning?
That is everything. And, I normally will tell you, I never like when a guy goes down in weight. He's done it from the time that he was getting ready for his fight in Japan back in October is when he started his weight cut, and he has continued that diet, that weight cut all the way to this moment. He's done it the right way, but it's still a dangerous thing to do, and we're going to see if it has any effect on his performance.
And here in the Midwest, the defending champion Sergio Pettis, a fan favorite. Many fans making the trip from Milwaukee to Chicago, just about an hour away, as Patrício Pitbull already having success with the calf kick to the lead leg, and that's something he'll definitely want to try to exploit and capitalize on. And we talk about the trajectory, the career of Patrício Pitbull. Came in a heavy-handed brawler. BJJ black belt, got a heel hook victory in his first Bellator fight, but he's continually reinvented himself. I match his fight IQ to anyone in the sport, John.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You can take a look at, who he trains with, what he does. Henry Cejudo, who won multiple world titles, Olympic gold medals, he credits Patrício Pitbull. I stole Patrício Pitbull's style.
There's a nice jab and the right hand through the guard, and incredibly technically proficient is Sergio Pettis. The Taekwondo background obviously has some ostentatious attacks in his arsenal, as we saw in his first title defense. And hey, also a very high fight IQ.
Sergio Pettis has proved himself to be just an outstanding fighter, and he's just getting better. He has not reached that peak yet. He is always adding tools, and he's getting better and better in the cage. He's become more relaxed. Take a look at him right now. He's relaxed in the middle, and that's a big element.
Has one of the most educated jabs in the sport, and really works that 1-2, and there's the kick, and as the Taekwondo background, John, more of a snap to those kicks, unlike the karate-style kicks.
Absolutely, you know, the Taekwondo style, they actually use the foot a lot to be that hitting element.
And a lot of spinning attacks, and there's a body kick by Patrício Pitbull. And yes, this is really the storyline for me. Who's going to be able to counter the counter?
And that's really, you know, right now there's a feeling out process. A lot of people are wanting to come out and just start throwing. They're both feeling each other, seeing the tells, seeing where they think they can start to apply their skill set.
Pettis sat down, and there's a level change, and Pitbull with the takedown, but Pettis very dangerous off his back, very active. And so it's Pitbull that goes for the takedown early and now has the back of Sergio Pettis.
Yeah, and this is another storyline in this entire fight when you take a look at Daniel Vanderlei, a guy who worked with Pettis throughout his career.
The BJJ black belt is under Daniel Vanderlei for Pettis, but he's not in Pettis' corner tonight, John.
He's in Pitbull's corner, and that's psychological warfare. That's part of the game.
And it's actually been years that he has left Rufus Sports, set up shop in Brazil, but Daniel Vanderlei, yes, helping Sergio Pettis prepare for this fight. Pettis back to his feet, and he goes to the calf kick of the lead leg of the featherweight champ, looking to make MMA history here tonight. Very tactical affair. Patrício Pitbull's corner, looking on as he, of course, comes out of Brazil. Luis Santos, 6 years part of the Brazilian national boxing team, has really helped Pitbull in that regard. Eric Albarracin, who, of course, works with the Cejudos, Henry and his brother, really helping Patrício with his wrestling.
The captain has been there with him for a long time. The real thing, you know, there's been one common opponent if you look at both these guys. Juan Archuleta.
Slips.
Juan Archuleta faced Pitbull in the Featherweight World Grand Prix, and Juan Archuleta faced and lost his title to Sergio Pettis as a bantamweight.
Switching stances, tactical, high-level affair, both champions. And so far, oh, there, the counter right hand by Pitbull as Pettis went high with the kick, and there Pettis looking to use the cage for a Showtime Superman punch. So a interesting opening 5 minutes, John, collecting that all-important data. Your thoughts?
Very close round. You take a look, you know, there was the takedown, but there was nothing done with the takedown. Overall, both guys had landing a couple of shots in there. Good work.
Job. Take a seat, champ.
Percentage-wise, I think Pitbull didn't throw as much, but probably landed more.
But he's trying to load up here. Let's go this side this round, okay? And even jab offline, okay? All right, you're doing great.
There's older brother Sergio Pettis, former UFC WEC champion Anthony Pettis. In attendance, supporting his little brother. And you saw in the feature that Sergio lost his father when he was 10 years old. His mother got him involved in Taekwondo. His mother had a dream that both he and Anthony would become MMA champions. That came to fruition. That's her over his heart. The first tattoo he ever got for his mom, who has been his biggest source of strength and inspiration. And here he is tonight. Yes, he's the underdog, but he's also the bantamweight champion.
That's right.
And southpaw stance for Pettis. Pitbull darting in and out. Nice counter left from Pettis. Caught Pitbull upstairs.
That was a nice left hand by Pettis. Landed flush.
High kick partially blocked. Calf kick to the lead leg of the southpaw Pettis. And again, this calf kick's all important part of Pitbull's strategy. Both of them waiting for the other to go. Again, who's going to counter the counter? It's Pitbull again, scoring to the lead leg. Leaps in with a left hook before Pettis countered.
Counters with the right hand over the top, and that's a smart move by Pettis. Every time he's going to throw that, you need to respond with that counter.
Pettis goes back to southpaw. His trainer, Duke Rufus, kickboxer extraordinaire. Lots of success at Rufus Sport. Wanted him to get off the center line with the jab, and now showcasing the southpaw attack, going to the body with the liver kick back to orthodox. Meanwhile, Pitbull taking those small steps forward, trying to close the distance where he can explode at the drop of a dime. Feint, and there's an Pettis.
Pitbull really feinting that right.
Yep, trying to get
time.
Pettis to bite.
Yep.
Trying to set that trap. 3 minutes remaining here in the second. Body kick by Pettis. Again, with his kicking pedigree. Very technical, though. When you go that distance, John, you do open yourself up to a counter grab takedown attempt. Nice body shot, and then upstairs by Pettis. His best combination of the fight.
It's a great combination by Pettis, and you're absolutely right. The thing about Pettis when he kicks, he does have it's a snap on
yes.
the kick. He doesn't just kick through the hip. He uses that knee. It's a different style of kicking. It's what brought him up from Taekwondo.
And Pitbull continues to go to the lower leg with the calf kick and the inside low kick, and now the spinning wheel kick by Pettis. Taekwondo 101.
Big time move. It caught Patrício a little off guard, a little off target.
Final 2 minutes of the second. Pitbull continues putting on pressure, short steps, closing the distance, backing Pettis up, but Pettis moving to his right now, trying to disrupt Pitbull.
But even Pitbull, he incorporates this very karate type.
Yeah, karate-centric stance, exactly.
Much like a Lyoto at times. And he's having problems with the reads on Pettis. You can see that he's not comfortable at times.
Counter left hook by Pettis, or excuse me, Pitbull, and then Pitbull jumping knee. Pettis turns it around and puts Pitbull on the fence. So both of them have gone for the flashy attack. The spinning wheel kick by Pettis, the jumping knee by Pitbull. Yes, a sweet jab. What I like about Pettis as well, John, he doesn't only move one way, darts left to right, doesn't become predictable. Nice, rips the left hook to the body, showcasing his hand speed. He's got above average hand speed.
Nice four-punch combination by Pettis.
Jab, counter really left by Pettis. Yep, and starting to land the counter effectively. Pettis giving Pitbull different looks, shifting from orthodox to southpaw.
That teep kick up the middle, it should be used often by Pettis.
Pettis also likes to launch lead leg kicks, and there the takedown attempt by Pitbull, well defended by Pettis, and he removes himself from harm's way, resets. So, and really a telegraph takedown attempt there by Pitbull, John. Yeah. Well defended by Pettis. 10 seconds left in the second, and again, the spinning wheel kick. Clip! Pitbull! Pitbull retreating to the corner, sweeping right up by Pettis. Pitbull was staggered by that spinning wheel kick near the end of the round.
One of you two out.
Take a look right here. Pitbull comes, nice left hand with the right hand following it. That was a clean shot. You can see it got Sergio Pettis' attention. Here was that spinning wheel kick right off of the forehead. You can see a little bit of the stanky leg there. Very clean shot, well done. Clean right off the front. Did not land with everything that he had. But his brother Anthony knew, oh, go get him, because that absolutely showed that Sergio Pettis can hurt Patrício Pitbull.
Let's go, get it out.
Pitbull's been involved in legendary battles here in Bellator. Cut now over the left eye, blood trickling down the side. But remember the fights with Daniel Weichel. Daniel Strauss had Weichel fight, the first fight, John. He was almost finished, and there were a few more seconds left in the round, just as we saw here, similar to what happened there. But Sergio Pettis utilizing what got him to the dance effectively. That Taekwondo background already delivering dividends.
Well, you can see the confidence in Sergio Pettis building in that second round. You can see that he was feeling better about opening up the attacks and finding those counters when Pitbull would try to strike.
Round 3, Pitbull again going to the inside leg kick to the lead leg of the bantamweight champion. Unofficially, Big John McCarthy has it even, and now Pettis putting together combinations, has to be mindful of the counter. The left hook from Pitbull, but Pitbull now putting pressure on Pettis. But one thing Pettis really takes pride in staying calm, staying true to his game plan, and he feels the later this fight goes, the more it favors him. As he says, I get better as the fight goes on. His takedown defense has been on point.
It has. He got surprised in that first round by Pitbull shooting in on him. Wasn't expecting, but now he's.
And even that takedown
did nothing.
Did nothing for Patrício Pitbull. Jab from Pettis, L-walking, and Pitbull resetting and trying to get a read, trying to find a way. Oblique kick from Pettis.
And this is the big difference between Sergio Pettis of now and the one in the past. Is people were able to take him down at times and keep him on his back. He is not easy to take down. Juan Archuleta in their championship fight tried to take him down. How many times was unable to get him down? We saw Patrício get it in the first round, but since that time, each attempt has been stuffed.
The nickname Pitbull, we do know that a hurt dog is a dangerous dog, especially for Patrício Pitbull. And Pettis now 1-2, but does a good job of avoiding the steam of that attack, resetting. Both of them have incredible vision, John, to see through the exchanges.
Very technical fights.
Yeah,
so
Pitbull
far.
wanting to parry that jab from the southpaw stance. Very technical, John. There's that high kick, partially blocked by Pitbull.
And this is part of what we were talking about at the start of this fight. You know, everyone looks at, well, you're the 145-pound champion. You're dropping down to 135. That means that you're going to beat that guy because you're bigger, stronger. Speed. Speed is a hard thing to deal with. And Sergio Pettis is a fast fighter. And if there's one thing, it's in this fight when you're look at the counters and look at how many times Sergio is able to touch Patrício as he's trying to get his shots in. Beautiful job.
4 jabs and a body shot to put the exclamation point on that sequence. And that's the thing. The camp didn't want Pitbull to come in heavier than 150 or 154 tonight so that he doesn't lose his speed, but just naturally, John, you're coming down 10 pounds. And here, look at the numbers, John. The champion with a big edge in terms of strikes landed. And again, a battle of counter punchers.
Yeah, and you're talking, look at 20 of 35. That's outstanding. He maintains that type of percentage at 57. That's bad news for Pitbull.
Quick reflexes by Pettis. Great reaction. There's a right hand from Pitbull.
The best part about what Sergio Pettis is doing, he's throwing a lot of straight shots, which is only getting him there faster.
He's thrown 115 shots compared to Pitbull's 100, but again has landed higher as the blood now. The left side of Pitbull's face around that left eye. Just over a minute remaining here in the third, and Pitbull backing up. Oblique kick by Pettis. Pitbull unable to get any real flow established here or any sense of trying to solve the puzzle that is Sergio S.P. Pettis. And again, Pettis continues to change it up. That was a stiff jab from Pitbull.
That was a clean right hand by Pitbull also. But good return. Good return by Pettis to come right back at him.
And now pace picking up a bit. Pitbull putting on the pressure, goes for the takedown, changes levels.
Got both hands clasped.
Pitbull takes him down into the half guard. And now 20 seconds left in the third round. Pitbull 2 of 5 in the takedown department. Had one in the opening round, went 0 for 2 in round 2. Now 1 for 2 here in the third, but really unable to get anything going. And trying to go to mount, well defended by Pettis, and time runs out in round 3. And John, heading into the championship rounds, how do you have it on your unofficial scorecard and why?
Unofficially, I've got Sergio Pettis ahead in this fight. Right now, I've got him 2 rounds to 1. Pettis outstruck Pitbull pretty significantly in this third round. Man, a lot of clean shots. Now, Pitbull did have his moments, but look at these nice clean shots. That one going off the top of the head. Nice, beautiful jab. All to the right hand, right to the body. Sergio Pettis really looking good. Here comes Pitbull in for that takedown. He gets the takedown, but what he's able to do with it in that basic 20 to 25 seconds of time, he's not able to make up the shots that Pettis landed throughout that round.
Patchy Mix, the winner of the $1 million Bantamweight World Grand Prix, who stormed through that tournament, watching, knowing that he will face the winner of this champion versus champion showdown, with Patrício Pitbull trying to become the only man to ever win titles in 3 divisions. Sergio Pettis obviously doesn't care about that narrative as we head into the championship rounds. Round number 4. Pettis avoiding that chopping low kick by Pitbull, and Pitbull now utilizing some foot movement, trying to find a way in, John, trying to find a path. And again, though, I mean, not to beat the dead horse, but it really is true. It's who's going to counter the counter, and when you have 2 counter fighters at stakes like this.
And who has countered the counter? Well, more successfully.
More successfully,
Sergio Pettis.
Absolutely.
But the big thing that you've always got in the back of your mind with Pitbull, he's got that one-punch power.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it time and time again. All of a sudden, he unleashes that right hand or the left hook. He's got power, and he can put you away. So.
And while Pettis may not have as much shot-for-shot power, he has some scintillating attacks in his arsenal.
Boy, he does. And really, we talked about volume. Just touch him. He's been doing that. He's been doing that exceptionally well. And he needs to stick with it. The one thing I would love to see Sergio Pettis do is attack the body with those teep kicks up the middle just a little bit, because that keeps Pitbull at a range where he's unsure when he wants to come in based upon, I don't want to get the kick up the middle again.
At the same time, it appears Pitbull's still unsure when to do that in this instant. You see, you know, it's a case of where nice. Pitbull tries the counter left.
And that's the problem right now for Pitbull, as you notice, you know, Sergio initiates the attack. Pitbull goes for the counter, but he's just a little bit off.
Pettis again wanting to use that patented jab. Final 3 minutes of the 4th round. Pitbull again doesn't set up the shot, John.
No, that wasn't a good setup.
But it's been throughout other than the first takedown, his attempts have been telegraphed.
Well, his last one that he got in deep, he got the takedown. He was able to have the last round, but it hasn't had an effect on the fight.
And it seems to be that's still where he wants to continue to go. There lands the overhand right as Pettis delivered the oblique kick, but low output from Patrício Pitbull. In terms of connection, there pressure is there. Would you like to see more offense? Again, knowing the style, it's there again, looking for the single. Now takes the back of Pettis.
Nice job Pettis going in the cage to use that as a balance point. Patrício trying to lace that leg through. Nice job by Pettis to shuck him off.
And the takedown defense on display as Pitbull now 2 for 7 in terms of the total fight, and 0 for 2 here in round 4.
That, no matter what, that becomes frustrating for Pitbull. It gives confidence to Pettis. You keep on trying, I keep on getting away from you. Pitbull keeps going back to it, which I like, but there is some frustration now.
When it comes to the weight cut, when it comes to how he has responded, how he looks, John, at 135, what do you think?
Well, you know,
conditioning and
his conditioning looks fantastic.
Always, right? Yeah.
You know, he's a professional, and the one thing I will say though, and what hurt him earlier? Well, it was a kick. Kicks are heavy. You know, that could have happened if he was in featherweight. So I really haven't seen anything that I say has had a bad effect from him going down to 135.
Except one thing, that being Sergio Pettis right now.
Yeah, well, the big difference is many times Patrício is the faster fighter. He's not the faster fighter tonight.
Under a minute left here in round 4.
Not that he's slow, but he's not the faster.
Pettis, oh, good counter right hand by Pitbull. Pitbull changing levels, but again, immediate reaction from Pettis, the overhook.
Nice knee inside by Pitbull. If you're gonna get that exit, leave him something to remember. That's what he does.
Oh, switch kick there by Sergio Pettis, blocked by Patrício Pitbull. Front kick to the face by Pettis, and that caught Pitbull. And the alacrity, the speed of those kicks. 5th and final round on deck for the Bantamweight Championship.
Take a look at that front kick right up the middle between the hands, landed cleanly right on. Watch her, same kick, clean. Just enough to knock him back just a little bit. But Sergio Pettis really has found his groove,
He's
using straight shots.
For the front kick, either side,
and all
if
the
you want to
punches.
go lefty or righty. But when you're done,
still to come, Vadim Nemkov defends the light heavyweight title against Yoel Romero. Attempting to chase history, Nemkov, who solidified his standing as the top dog at 205, winning the World Grand Prix. Undefeated here in Bellator MMA. Sergio Pettis, no sign of cage corrosion after the longest layoff of his career, 18 months, coming off a torn ACL. Patrício Pitbull coming down in search of history. 5 minutes left.
You know, and you bring that up more, and that's a great point, is he is coming off of ACL surgery, the longest layoff of his career, and Sergio Pettis has just looked fantastic.
You know, we saw Patchy Mix when Sergio Pettis was at Jackson Wing preparing to fight Brandon Moreno, which was a huge win for him when he was in the UFC. In many ways, again, setting up here for another big win. But Pettis said, talking about the experience with Mix, everyone is blown away by Patchy Mix, but talk about what you've seen out of Sergio Pettis heading into this 5th and final round, and conversely for Patrício Pitbull, adjustments that need to be made. He's a master of adjusting.
Well, he's a master of adjusting, but the problem is his speed is unable to match the speed of Sergio Pettis. Pettis is able to get there. Look at that beautiful left hand straight down the pipe. And that's the big difference. He's not throwing looping shots that are taking more time to get there. He's throwing straight shots, while Pitbull is throwing looping shots at times, and it's taking a long time to get there. Sergio's shots are reaching the target quicker. You can see, right at this moment, Patrício is pressing. He's going after him. He's trying. He's doing everything he can.
Lead right hand by Patrício Pitbull. Back to orthodox goes Sergio Pettis, trying to establish that jab, keep the challenger at bay. Goes back to the leg. That oblique kick. Moving to his right, darting to his left, trying to disrupt whatever rhythm that Patrício Pitbull's trying to set up, unable to do so. But Pitbull's putting on that pressure, and there's Pettis, though, initiating the attack upstairs. Good hand speed. Great combination, John, by the champ.
Absolutely.
Bantamweight
Downstairs,
champ,
then upstairs.
Pitbull closes the distance, but unable to keep Pettis along the fence. Midway point of the 5th and final round.
Not many times do you see Pitbull where he's the guy going backwards this time. This is the norm that you'll see. Him coming forward, capturing the center of the cage, making nice bursts and landing shots, but he has had nothing but problems in landing shots that are clean against Sergio Pettis.
Unable to keep Sergio Pettis in his sights. Pettis again switching up stances, delivers a body kick. Pitbull trying to corral him, trying to land something, but it's Pettis who lands instead.
Pettis landing a clean combination there, and again, straight shots down the middle.
Beautiful
jab.
Footwork, good angles. Sergio Pettis backing up, but maybe setting up that counter, the jab.
Great pressure by Patrício Pitbull going after him. He is trying to find that shot. It's going to change this whole thing for him.
He has just over a minute. And it's Pettis. And he levels, and then a clean right hand as the exit, and there's Pettis defending the takedown again as they jockey for position along the fence. Final 45 seconds, Pitbull pummeling, exit Pettis. Sergio Pettis, fresh off the 2021 knockout of the year, come from behind, spinning back fist KO of Kyoji Horiguchi in his return from injury layoff, taking on Bellator GOAT Patrício Pitbull. And we are 15 seconds away, spinning back fist from Pitbull. 10 seconds now left in this Bantamweight Championship fight. They exchange pleasantries and respect there. 25 minutes, John. Your thoughts on what you witnessed? And
look at 25 minutes, and this is one of the things I talk about when guys go down in weight. It's, I'll be the bigger, stronger fighter. Speed kills. And in this fight, I really believe that Sergio Pettis proved what speed does. And it's not that Patrício Pitbull was slow. He was not. But he was slower than Pettis, especially with the way Pettis was attacking with straight punches. Beautiful performance by Sergio Pettis. He proved a lot, especially coming off of that ACL surgery.
Your unofficial score at the end of this championship fight?
Unofficially, I have it at 49-46 for Sergio Pettis.
Will the three judges agree? Will Pitbull's latest attempt at history be thwarted by this young champion? Sergio Pettis, again, just 29 years of age, in his prime. Had the serious injury, watched Patchy Mix win that $1 million in the Bantamweight World Grand Prix, and there is Patchy Mix with his tournament championship over his shoulder. And I mean, what a run for Sergio Pettis, should he get past this latest test? Let's find out who walks out of Chicago, bantamweight champion. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's first world title fight, we go the distance. So we go now to your judges at cage side. Your first, Chris Lee, scores the fight 49-46. While judges Sal D'Amato and Ron McCarthy both see it the same, 50-45. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, SP Sergio.
Milwaukee, baby! This shit stay for Let's go!
The champ is here. Sergio Pettis enhancing his legacy with a huge win over Patrício Pitbull, who is stunned and in contemplation as he has just been defeated by the bantamweight champion Sergio Pettis, who is standing by with Big John McCarthy.
I am here with, and still, the bantamweight champion of the world, Sergio Pettis. Sergio, you put on a surgical clinic. After the first round, where it was back and forth, you got your reads, and you used speed and precision to just take apart a guy who has been the pillar of Bellator, a two-time champion, and you just dominated that fight.
Now, the mic. Oh, you got it. Hey, I just want to dedicate this fight to everybody that's going through hard times, dealing with anxiety, depression, pessimistic thoughts. For everybody that feels overlooked, tonight this one was for us. I'm a man who second guesses myself a lot, and tonight I know I couldn't bring that out here with me. I had to believe in myself, my team, and put on a beautiful performance for this crowd here tonight in Chicago. God bless you guys. I love you guys. And this is staying in Milwaukee for a while. Believe that. Believe that.
Sergio, you have gone through a murderer's row of bantamweights, and then you take on a guy coming down as the featherweight kingpin. What does this win mean for you?
Hey, Bellator, I'm taking out all your poster boys. Juan Archuleta, Horiguchi, Patrício. I think it's time I get some respect. Big thank you to Scott Coker, everybody over here at Bellator. I'm your guys' next star, 100%.
That was a fantastic performance. We did have the World Bantamweight Grand Prix, and we had Patchy Mix, who was the winner of the World Bantamweight Grand Prix. This will be the next matchup. Sergio Pettis, the champion, against the World Grand Prix winner, Patchy Mix.
Sergio Pettis maintaining his reign as bantamweight champion with a huge win over Patrício Pitbull. He's coming off the biggest wins of his career. Patchy Mix, the biggest wins of his career, winning the Grand Prix. It's as good as it gets. Sergio Pettis to defend the bantamweight crown against Patchy Mix, celebrating with Duke Rufus and Sergio Pettis. As we go back to the fight desk, guys, it's time to give him his flowers while he can still smell them.
Absolutely, Mauro. Look, you heard Sergio Pettis use the words overlooked. He wants some respect on his name. And Josh, I think coming into this, so many people with a history that was on the line for Patrício Pitbull were overlooking Sergio Pettis, and by no means they should have.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with Patchy Mix about it. I said, hey, what are you thinking? And he goes, look, I'm thinking Patrício. He's done it all. I was thinking very similar thoughts. Because, look, when it's hard to count out someone like Patrício Pitbull, who's done everything that he set his mind to. Just out there tonight, it really comes down to the speed was the factor. I've trained with so many top-level fighters. When you get into that 145, 135, the speed hits different. And they hit, they crack, and they'll hit you with punches and bunches. And we saw that tonight. He was flinching, he was hesitant. That's something we've never seen from Patrício Pitbull.
And I know there's going to be a lot of conversation as to what is next for him. Does he stay in this division? Does he move elsewhere? He's talked about moving down. But for now, all the kudos to Sergio Pettis, the champion of the bantamweight division. It is time for the other main event tonight, the light heavyweight World Championship. We have the best light heavyweight in the world, Vadim Nemkov, going up against the soldier of God and Yoel Romero. Let's talk about the champ first. Look, he is going up this power in Yoel Romero. I mean, he looks like a walking transformer. I don't know how else to say it. How does Vadim Nemkov maintain his title?
He gets it done the same way he beat Ryan Bader for the title. He goes out there and he sticks and moves, puts that jab in Yoel Romero's face, and he mixes up the combinations. I think he goes with the jab, throws the right hand, throws the body kick, inside kick. He's someone that's so aggressive and he can use his combinations. But in all of this, he's got to make sure he sprawls and balls. But the one thing about the champ that people seem to overlook, he's a dog. He gets dropped against Oniszczuk. This is in the first round in one of the first exchanges. He gets himself back up to his feet and then just goes to work. He goes to sticking the jab in the face, setting up his takedowns, working for his submissions. That's going to be a tough task against Yoel Romero, but I think if he's working on the outside, utilizing all of his tools in the stand-up, he's got a good chance of retaining that title tonight.
You call him the dog. Yoel Romero actually barks after he wins a fight. He's coming into this with back-to-back knockout wins. Look, 46 years old, doesn't look it, doesn't act like it. I mean, just look at the man right there. Here's the thing, though, Josh. Before this, he had 4 opportunities for a belt, and either he missed weight or he lost. And you were talking about this with Big John on your podcast this week. You said he has a tendency to get a little too aggressive, a little chaotic when he's in the cage. How does he keep his composure tonight?
Well, he has a tendency to be very chaotic when he goes, okay? And he also picks apart people. So what he'll do is his power is very present when he goes. He's someone that explodes, and he explodes so fast and dynamic. But where he does his best work is when he gets on top. Against Melvin Manoff, once he got the fight to the ground, it was over. We've seen him do this to several former champions. Okay, he did it against Machida when he got him to the ground. The fight was done. And I don't know if that's a bark. I don't know what it is, but it's something. I can't mimic it, but
I don't know if you should ever do that again. I'm not entirely sure.
But he's explosive, he possesses power, and when he goes, Nemkov's got to make sure that he's on his bike and moving and circling, never standing directly in front of him, because he possesses that one-punch knockout power.
So much power between these two fighters, and we're about to watch it all unfold here in the cage. Yoel Romero, is this his last chance to win a belt? Can he finally capture what has eluded him during his stellar career, or will Vadim Nemkov continue his phenomenal run and stay undefeated in Bellator?
Since joining Bellator, I've done pretty well for myself.
Vadim Nemkov making his Bellator debut.
Whoa! Look out for this kid.
I've beaten 4 champions. Captured the world title. I've defended the belt multiple times.
That's how you say, and still.
And won the $1 million Grand Prix. Для меня Федор очень важен как наставник, как тренер, потому что Федор делает грамотные подсказки. Он видит бой как профессионал и как тренер, и знает мои сильные и слабые стороны, и знает, на что я способен. Так что для меня это будет очень важно.
Everyone watching Fedor, his final moments as an MMA fighter after a career that has lasted more than 20 years.
После того, как Федор завершил карьеру, эстафету он не то чтобы передал мне. Мы спокойно относимся к сопернику с уважением, но в клетке мы никому не даем. Просто так получается, что я сейчас чемпион в Беллаторе в своем весе, полутяжелом. И поэтому просто-напросто многие бойцы.
Vadim Nemkov es un gran peleador. Está, en mi opinión, entre los 5 mejores de la división en todas las compañías del mundo. Me he fajado con los mejores del mundo.
Yoel Romero – это боец, очень хорошо борется, очень хорошо бьет, он непредсказуемый. И Yoel Romero очень опасный соперник. Ничего сверхъестественного я в Yoel Romero не вижу. А так, то, что он очень возрастной, а дистанция боя – это 5 по 5, 5 раундов по 5 минут. И если будет серьезный темп, то это очень тяжело выдержать.
No voy a discrepar ni voy a caer en una discrepancia con lo que pueda pensar Nemkov. ¿Cuándo has visto que un león se preocupa por la opinión de las ovejas? Pregúntale a ellos qué piensan de mí. Muchos de ellos no han sido los mismos a retornar después de pelear conmigo.
Я тоже это не делает его опасным, потому что я всегда на 100% отдаю из себя в клетке. Каждую минуту боя я хочу сделать зрелищно, чтобы люди, которые пришли posмотреть на поединок, наслаждались поединком и было интересно.
Para mí, ser el campeón mundial es demostrarle al mundo lo que he hecho durante todos estos años. Para mí sería un nuevo comienzo. Es como los frutos. Los frutos está la mata, pero el fruto está ahí, pero necesita un tiempo para que el fruto esté listo para comer. Y ya el fruto está listo para la cosecha. Es mi tiempo.
Yoel Romero я хотел бы сказать, что я готов на все 100 и хочу остаться чемпионом. Это будет красивый поединок, где я выиграю этот бой.
Mi mensaje para Vadim Nemkov es simple. A new light heavyweight champion on the world, Yoel, the soldier of God. Amen. See you soon, boy.
The tail of the tape for this light heavyweight world championship matchup. It's as simple as it gets. Look, Vadim Nemkov, the champion, 30 years of age. Yoel Romero, 46 years of age, but a remarkable 46 years of age. This is going to be good.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the pinnacle of our double main event. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Light Heavyweight World Championship. Sanctioned once again tonight by the Illinois State Athletic Commission Director Nancy Ilg. And now first introducing the blue corner at 6 foot, weighing in 205 pounds even, with 2 straight devastating knockout victories. He now enters his first Bellator World Title Challenge, ranked at number 3. He stands with 15 professional victories, 6 defeats, 13 of his wins coming by knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the challenger, Yoel, Soldier of God, Romero. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 203.8 pounds. Dominant in his last title defense, he remains unbeaten inside the Bellator cage and brings an impressive overall professional record of 16-2 with 13 finishes, 10 by knockout, 3 by submission, making his 4th title defense. He is the defending Bellator Light Heavyweight World Champion, Vadim Nemkov. And when the bell rings, your referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
Fighter. Okay, fighter, there were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
The Bellator Light Heavyweight Championship belt hangs in the balance. The defending champion Vadim Nemkov on a career-high 11-fight unbeaten streak, including 8 wins in Bellator. Yoel Romero coming up back-to-back crushing KOs. Would love to compete the hat trick by making history. Immediately, Vadim Nemkov goes to the kicking well, and as nasty a kicker as there is in the sport. And you talk about his attributes, John, from every facet of MMA, whether it's boxing, whether it's grappling, the combat sambo background, and he really does do a good job putting together a mix of punches, kicks, and also very nasty on the ground when it gets there.
Very nasty on the ground. You're exactly right. He mixes it up well, which makes him a very difficult person to deal with. When you have someone that's basically one-dimensional, you only have to worry about the one thing. But with Vadim, just like you saw the kicks right there, he's going to throw those from all different angles. He's going to have spinning attacks. He is a good wrestler, He likes to be in the stand-up. His boxing is clean, and if he hits the ground, he's got great submissions.
Nemkov loves to put on the pressure, does it effectively, smart pressure, and really coming out early with a cavalcade of kicks, putting pressure on Yoel Romero.
All of those attacks to the body by Nemkov, that's smart.
Make that early investment.
Early. Hit the body, keep on torturing that body as much as you can. Take all the gas away.
First 90 seconds, and it's been a kicking clinic for the defending light heavyweight champion, Vadim Nemkov. And you talk about a deceptive closer, beautiful punch kick combination. It's all light heavyweight champion Nemkov early, opening up, and Romero feeling the heat.
Nemkov needs to be sure not to overextend in there. Get yourself out of position. This is the kind of pace, though. This is going to push Romero to the point where he's not comfortable. Romero likes to slow the pace down and have those explosive moments. If Vadim decides to just keep pressuring him and make him fight, we're going to see how long Romero can last.
Down a right hand by Nemkov, lands upstairs. Inside low kick, check by Nemkov. Nemkov hails from Fedor Emelianenko's hometown of Stary Oskal, and a superstar in the light heavyweight division. There's that deceptive distance closing of Romero, but Romero, slip. Jab, and that jab from Nemkov is, the jab sets rhythm, it breaks rhythm, it's fundamental to any attack.
It is fundamental to fighting. If you have a good jab, you can keep your opponent at bay at times and keep them off balance. It's one of the most underutilized attacks we have in MMA. Beautiful
nice right hand down the middle by Nemkov, splitting the guard of Romero, but Romero, low leg kick to the lead leg of Nemkov. Nemkov does a good job staying at distance and lands the three-punch combination. There's a spinning back kick to the breadbasket of Romero, and Romero, John, just unable to get anything going here against the pressure of the defending light heavyweight champion, who backed Romero up with the right hand.
Big right hand right there, Morrow. You're absolutely right. He just got blasted.
Body kick by Nemkov. Romero right in front. Takes some of that steam away, but a minute left, and Romero goes to the body with a kick.
You're seeing Nemkov use combinations while Romero right now is basically using ones.
Yeah, Nemkov has landed more strikes than Romero has attempted, and not necessarily a surprise considering the strategy, the normal fighting style of Romero, but still.
Yeah.
Nice 1, 2, and a 3-punch combination for Nemkov.
Nemkov is really finding a place for that right hand. He's hit it from the over the top, straight down the pipe.
Half minute left in the opening round. Nemkov very fluid in his attack, but so is Superman punch. 15 seconds left. Nemkov, that spinning wheel kick to flex off the arm of Romero, so a good opening 5 minutes for the defending Bellator light heavyweight champion, Vadim Nemkov.
По ножкам проверяю. Лоу-кики прикорми, а потом уже вверх. Левой достаешь. Доставай, держи дистанцию левой всегда. Ты его прям сажаешь в голову ему постоянно. А потом подхватывай.
This first round, Nemkov really went after Yoel Romero. Put a lot of pressure on him, kept that pace up high, and really landed some clean shots. Beautiful. Spinning back kick to the body, left and right hand always touching. Beautifully done right there. A big clean, easy round for Vadim Nemkov.
And so far, he's abiding by your keys, John. Nemkov is stuck to the script, outlined to use the speed, finish his exchanges with a kick.
Second round, are you ready? You ready? Fight!
Round number 2. Double jab, and again, Nemkov using that speed and putting the pressure on Romero. Romero, unorthodox as they come, trying to take away the techniques of Nemkov. 30 seconds now gone here. Now Romero moving it a little bit, but then gets clipped with that body kick.
You're looking at it, you're right, unorthodox stuff.
Oh, nice.
Overall, we're almost 1 minute into the round. Romero has not thrown one offensive technique to land. He is having a problem with the speed of Vadim Nemkov. All the variety of kicks and the way he's varying that attack.
Oh, good. Right hand right down the middle by the champion Nemkov. And Nemkov, again, more Western style boxing. Fedor and a lot of fighters of that ilk, those casting punches, John, the overhand right where he puts together more the textbook 1-2. And of course, Fedor also noted for leading with the right hand, which we do see out of Nemkov at times.
And one of the things, if you notice,
and there is the last
anytime when Nemkov has learned the way that Fedor throws his right hand at times, and he turns it and extends out, and just extends that punch a good couple inches, and it's touching Yoel Romero. He thinks he's out of distance, and he's not.
Nemkov is putting it on Yoel Romero. 2 minutes gone here in the second. Corey Anderson bounced back from the loss to Nemkov, picking up a split decision win over former champion Phil Davis earlier tonight. He'll be watching with vested interest. Nice. Nemkov backing Romero up with the combination fast, sharp jab.
Yeah, this pace and pressure is really giving Yoel Romero a hard time. He's trying to figure his way through it. He's switching now from southpaw to orthodox. I really think he needs to look towards timing that takedown, change levels, look towards getting Vadim to the ground.
Double jab, hard right hand by Nemkov. Timing, great hand speed. He can do it all, John.
Well, he just keeps getting better, Moral.
Well, he's only 30, well, turns 31 June 20th, actually.
Which is telling, yeah, he's got many years left.
Oh, and Romero winding up with that sledgehammer left hand. Staying out of range is the challenger. Backing up.
Take a look, 4 of 11 for Yoel Romero, 18 of 31, 58% for Nemkov. Right now, he is feeling good. He's in control of the pace of the fight. He's the one deciding when the engagements occur. As you can see, Romero is now in that point of he's trying to wait to look for a counter, and it's just not there.
Beautiful punch kick combination culminating with the liver kick from Nemkov.
Big in hiding that kick behind the hands.
Nice 1-2, backing Romero up again from range. Right hand from Nemkov lands again.
Seems like Yoel was complaining that his eye was poked. It was a punch. There's many times, you know, with MMA gloves, you can get hit and it feels like someone actually poked you in the eye.
And it was an eye issue that kept Romero from being medically cleared to participate in the light heavyweight World Grand Prix, getting lit up here with that two-piece from Nemkov and a stiff jab, a battering ram jab from Nemkov. It's all defending Bellator light heavyweight champion Vadim Nemkov through 2 rounds.
Punch.
Here comes some action here. That was the shot right there that Yoel Romero was complaining about. You saw it was a punch. Now, he had his hand open before, but his hand was closed when it landed. Clean punch, clean punch. Very nice work by Vadim Nemkov. He is just in and out, controlling range. He looks fantastic out there right now.
And he continues to showcase much improved gas tank, as we saw in that fight against Corey Anderson, going 5 full rounds, very high level, stifling all the takedowns. But that had been, if there was any flaw, that there had been a chance that he flew. The one loss to Prohatska in Ryzen, there was a 10-minute round, but the TKO was due to exhaustion.
Absolutely. And that was, he did not know how to pace himself.
But he does now.
You're absolutely right.
Of course, the last time that Romero, wow, there's that unorthodox striking, the hammer fist to the leg and the jab from Nemkov, and there's that sudden burst from Romero. But the first time the last time he fought for the title against Israel Adesanya, that was, you know, a lot of the slowing down to, you know, a crowd and not a well-received fight. But here, it's Nemkov bringing the fight to Romero, and Romero doesn't have an answer.
No, and that's exactly what you're saying. Is Yoel is trying to slow things down. Nemkov is not allowing that to happen. He's the one saying, nope, we're going to have engagements, and I'm going to make them happen at a pace that I hope you're not comfortable with. It's really, he's making Yoel work. Now, Yoel's still in this, and he still looks good, but he's taken most of the shots. He hasn't really delivered any, and the pace is not going to slow down.
I don't know if looking good would be the description for someone who's tasted 50 strikes and only 9 in
row. He got hurt right there.
Definitely does not look good right now as he's feeling the power of Vadim Nemkov, now just trying to sit down.
He's hurt.
Desperate time. He is hurt, trying to defend. Nemkov, though, very technical. Very smart. Picking his shots, using the distance, measuring, mixing up his punches and kicks, and lands a right cross on Romero.
One of the things we talked about with Romero, he is durable. He'll get hurt, but he'll come right back. And he's dangerous when he's hurt.
He's been knocked out just once, and that was in Strikeforce against Rafael Cavalcante back in September of 2011.
Nemkov needs to look to go to the body here. You see how high those hands are. Elbows up high.
Still picking them apart, though, with the jab. Everything Nemkov is throwing it, getting through. Another jab splits the guard of Romero. It's so fast, so crisp. Good lead right hand by Nemkov.
It's the difference. You know, we've seen Yoel against other fighters where he still looked fast, but he's not fast against Nemkov. Take a look at the round 3 strikes already. 24 of 52 for Nemkov. 2 punches of 13 landing for Romero.
Another bludgeoning jab from Nemkov. Laser. Surgical precision, the feinting, and now just busy utilizing the jab. Romero ducks under that right hand, but not firing back. And while, yes, the MO, we know Yoel Romero, what he's about, but John, he needs to put together some offense, and in a hurry.
Not easy to put together offense when you got a guy that's in front of you that is just throwing a plethora of different at you.
Now he was lulling him in, trying to
play possum.
psych him out, and Again, Anderson Silva did the same thing once. He paid dearly for it. Remember that, John?
Yes, he did.
And now Romero trying to do the same. And Nemkov's not falling for it. Beautiful curling left hook by the champion. And histrionics from Romero.
Histrionics, but Vadim's having none of it. And you can see the damage is starting to load up on the face of Yoel Romero.
Wow, the hand speed, the accuracy.
Look at the left eye, Mauro. Starting to close.
The final chapter on Yoel Romero's career could be coming to a close with the way that this fight is playing out. But guess what? This is the round where he has shown his most lethal force. And on cue, Yoel Romero, who's had amazing success in round 3, is now going for the submission just like that.
Yoel looking for that moment that he can bring a knee up.
Whopping 9 of his 13 career knockouts have come in the 3rd round, and Romero finally showing life here in the 3rd frame.
But it was more of a slip by Nemkov.
The jab continues to be effective. Nemkov goes to the body. We're headed to the championship rounds. It's all Vadim Nemkov. But the fans beginning to maybe believe in Yoel Romero. They're giving him a round of applause after having some limited success against Vadim Nemkov.
Very limited. Big right hand, beautiful left hook, right hand over the top. You can see that stunned Yoel. Another right hand. Took a lot of damage in this round. He got hit with some big shots. Then he started playing the possum game, trying to act like he was hurt. Here's where he ended up, just pushing Vadim Nemkov down. These were one of the moments that Yoel really needs is in that position to do damage. He wasn't able to make that happen.
And that is the position that he's done devastating damage in the past, but not against the creme de la creme. Vadim Nemkov. Championship rounds are upon us.
You ready? You ready? Let's fight.
.46-year-old Yoel Romero beginning the 4th round of this championship fight against the soon-to-be 31-year-old defending champion Vadim Nemkov, countering perfectly.
Beginning the 4th round doing the salsa.
Meanwhile, Vadim Nemkov, there's a kick from Romero, but Nemkov continues to follow what has worked for him throughout this fight. Big punches from the champion, knee up the middle.
You gotta be very impressed with Nemkov. Doesn't care about any of the theatrics. He's just doing his job, going after him, landing clean combinations. Beautiful body shot.
Oh. Goes to the body and is just teeing off now on Yoel Romero, standing right in front of him. Romero moving forward, shelling up, but those punches still getting through, especially to the body. Again, that sharp jab. Check hook by Nemkov, and now just finding a rhythm, John. That tempo.
He's had that rhythm through most of this fight. He is just, it looks like he's in a sparring session right now. He's just relaxed. He's just letting his hands go when he wants.
And the wind up from Romero with the left, wild, missing.
But that's what you got. That's the one that you really got to watch out with, Yoel, is he is still so explosive and he hits so dang hard.
But you wonder at 46 and what the punishment he's taken from Nemkov, if that explosiveness is still there.
That's true. always say it's hard to watch your heroes fall. Eventually in fighting, everyone does.
Sharp jabs and the footwork by the dexterous champion Vadim Nemkov, who just past the midway point of the 4th round is firmly in control. And as you mentioned, John, like a sparring contest, but putting together combinations, using this hand speed, the highly educated jab, and just befuddling Yoel Romero. That lead left hook and the right hand again down the middle. Chance of Romero echoing throughout Wintrust Arena in Chicago.
You gotta look, how tough is Yoel Romero though? He goes with that thigh punch again. He is always going back to things that he does all the time.
He's only been finished once, that knockout loss to Cavalcante back in 2011. With Vadim Nemkov picking him apart. Surgical precision, dismantling him here in the main event. Thus far, no World Grand Prix hangover for the champion after going through that tournament.
He looks better than ever. He's light on his feet, got great footwork, movement is clean. Landing straight shots, hooks.
Wow.
He looks fantastic.
Combinations, comprehensively outstriking Yoel Romero. Jab. Just too fast. And wow. Cutting right cross, but Romero takes it in, and yet the face becoming more and more swollen, John.
Oh, his face is taking a lot of shots. He is not going to look the same tomorrow. Eyes are going to be swollen.
What about the accuracy?
Oh, nice. That was nice.
Nemkov, and there's a momentary glimpse at what? Oh, wow! What a right hand by Romero. But a glimpse.
That's what
not enough.
That's what you're always looking for with Romero.
Yep, 5th and final round on deck.
Siéntate, Joel. Ahora sí necesitas sentarte, siéntate. Este es el último, no quiero sentarte. Estamos al título, cojones, te lo tienes que llevar. Rípate la piñata, cojones. ¿Oíste? Vamos. Y tú sabes.
Работай прямые. Левой держи все время. И закручивай.
Replay of that 4th round. There was a lot of shots thrown by Vadim Nemkov. Clean 3-punch combination, that beautiful uppercut. That was at the beginning of the round. You saw Yoel look for those moments to try to explode. It landed, didn't land with a ton of power on him, but it landed. Here he comes straight ahead, Superman punch. You can see how it definitely clips the chin of Nemkov. Goes after the second
going
one.
for the uppercut.
That one doesn't really land. That one goes off the shoulder.
Final 5 minutes for Romero to try to make history for Vadim Nemkov.
You ready?
To retain the title, stay unbeaten in Bellator. More active start for Romero, as one would expect. Sense of urgency has to be at play here in the 5th, despite his MO. He is busier to start the 5th and final round.
He knows he's only got 5 minutes left. And there's nothing.
Still being backed up though, John, with that textbook 1-2 from Nemkov.
Yep. If you're gonna go, don't leave anything in the tank. Give it your all. You see that footwork with that jab, and you see him moving laterally, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
The blast from Nemkov defended by Romero, but man, just a sweet jab, the feigning from Nemkov. There's that front kick. Oh, and Romero walked into that stiff jab.
He did walk.
Parried that jab though. see Romero now trying to peel the lead hand of Nemkov and come forward.
Got to parry it to the side and slap that shot right down the middle. Open up that target area.
Man, Nemkov's jabs should be hanging up in a museum somewhere, John. I mean, it's unbelievable.
He has looked very good throughout this fight. Beautiful combination.
Good counter left from Romero.
Good use of all of his weapons. When he's been kicking, he does it when he hides it behind his hands. He doesn't just do it, you know.
And the control of the distance, John, the range, and just teeing off again now, lighting up. There's the kick to the body, using the angle, try to create more space and opportunity, and there the surge by Romero that misses.
Right hand.
And right then the kick that was blocked by Romero, but it's one-way traffic in the stats department, all in favor of Nemkov. Final 2.5 minutes of this championship fight. Good right hand lands on the end of that combination for Nemkov. There's an overhand left from Romero, starting to walk him down. Still eats a jab, John. Crowd in anticipation.
Well, the crowd is loving the effort of Yoel Romero. He's going after him as much as he can. He's cutting off the angles. He's putting pressure.
And you say it right. We look at the stats and everything he's been through, and yet here he is still marching forward, still trying. And there, level change by Nemkov, but again defended by Romero.
And after all the shots he's taken, how gutsy is it that he is continuing to come forward. Not an easy thing to do.
.90 seconds left. Nemkov content to neutralize Romero. Now in the clinch. Double over. No, the takedown by Romero has Nemkov on his back like your keys, but Romero, up kick from Nemkov. Romero stacking him, but Nemkov now, final minute.
That was a beautiful sweep of the foot by Yoel Romero. He got the double unders, swept the foot to get Nemkov to the ground. Does he have enough time here to do damage or look for a submission? He's never had a submission victory. Everything has always been by ground and pound and knocking people out.
Violent ground and pound, and now going to the body with 30 seconds left. Nemkov holding on.
Job by Nemkov moving underneath.
Yep, and Romero trying to find that Hail Mary elbow. We've seen him do so much, but this one is going to the scorecards. And despite Romero ending up in top position in the fight, a brilliant performance by the light heavyweight champion Vadim Nemkov.
Brilliant performance. He looked fantastic throughout. He never ever put himself in real danger. He controlled the fight. Beautiful use of range, beautiful use of different weapons.
That jab.
Oh, the jab is fantastic. Set up everything for him throughout the fight.
Defeated Ryan Bader to become the light heavyweight champion. And now on the verge of extending his record for most successful title defenses in the light heavyweight division. This is the 4th time he's put the gold on the line. And John, the numbers say it all.
Boy, you take a look at that. Strikes landed. Almost 100 more strikes landed. 113 to 29 in the punches landed. kicks more, takedowns. Got Yoel getting one takedown right there in the 5th round. So he's got that on his side, but it was a dominating performance by the champion, Vadim Nemkov.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's final title fight, we go once again to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges at cage side, Chris Lee, Sal D'Amato, Ron McCarthy, have it exactly the same at 49-46. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator Light Heavyweight World Champion, Vadim Nemkov.
As expected, Vadim Nemkov winning via wide unanimous decision. Improves to 9-0 with 1 no contest here in Bellator. More importantly, remains the Bellator Light Heavyweight Champion. He will talk with Big John McCarthy.
I am here with the champion, Vadim Nemkov. Vadim, that was an outstanding performance. You dominated a guy. Your striking was on point. You landed so many clean, hard shots down the middle. What was it like being in there with a guy like Yoel Romero?
Тут был очень такой серьезный бой, и все удары, которые ты наносил, они все проходили, были достаточно чистыми. Что ты чувствуешь, что ты вот был в бою с таким человеком, как вот бойцом, как Yoel Romero?
Для меня гордость побывать в клетке с таким бойцом. У него очень крепкая голова, он очень сильный для своих лет. Я им восхищаюсь.
I am very proud that I shared like at Octagon tonight with such a great fighter and legend as Romero himself, and it was a tough fight. He's a very tough opponent, has very strong head, very tough to knock him out.
Were you surprised by how many shots you landed and how much damage he was able to take?
Удивило ли тебя, сколько ты ударов смог нанести, и сколько много ударов он смог принять и продолжать идти вперед?
Да, мне это чуть-чуть смутило, но я видел, что он играет на публику и вытягивает меня на себя.
It's I kind of got confused a little bit, but I saw he was like acting up a little bit, so I didn't take it and I was keep going, doing my job.
И поэтому я не лез на его дистанцию, старался разбивать со своей, очень много попадал, но он очень крепкий.
Yeah, I was trying to land all the punches from my distance, but he has very strong head.
Well, that was a beautiful performance. Congratulations on remaining the light heavyweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Vadim Nemkov.
Welcome back to Bellator 297 in bonus coverage for you. We are in Chicago after what has been an absolutely incredible night. We hope you've enjoyed it. Let's send it back down cage side to Big John McCarthy and 2-time world champ Josh Thompson.
Well, thank you very much to the beautiful Amanda Guerra, and we do have some fights left on this card that are outstanding. We've got Richie Smullen from Dublin, Ireland, taking on Timur Hizrev, 12-0 from Dagestan. Our tail of the tape for this featherweight matchup, 12-0 versus 10-2-1. Timur Hizrev has proven he is an outstanding wrestler, but he loves to fight in the stand-up.
And tonight here at Wintrust Arena, the action continues, so let's get right to it. Here is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing the blue corner. At 5'9", weighing in 145 pounds, he's near perfect in the Bellator cage at 4-1 overall. As a professional, he brings 10 victories, 2 losses, with 1 draw, presenting Richie Smullen. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 145 pounds. Coming off his successful Bellator debut, the undefeated professional stands with 12 victories, no defeats. Now ranked at number 8, Timur Hizrev. In charge, your referee, Kevin McDonald.
This will be Richie Smullen's 6th Bellator match. He's only got 1 loss in that, the 2nd Bellator match for Hizrev.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go.
One of the things that we've seen from Hizrev early, he loves to be in the stand-up. He will wrestle, but he likes to be that stand-up guy who attacks with spinning attacks. Smullen, absolute grappler. He wants to get this fight to the ground from the start.
We had a little bit of drama with Smullen in the back earlier tonight. John, you want to go ahead and elaborate on that for us?
Well, that was you. Richie Smullen, again, he is a pure grappler. He got hurt by that kick, though. Pure grappler that does not like to wrap his hands. The commission wanted him to wrap his hands. Took care of that. Make sure that he's able to fight the way he's coming.
Big time shot, though, by Hizrev.
He's really hurt Richie Smullen. Beautiful uppercut.
What I like what Hizrev's doing is he's really just picking his shots. He's not rushing in, he's not smothering the space, able to land the kicks and the shots.
Timur Hizrev, there you go. But that's bringing Smullen into a place where he's really comfortable. He wants to be on the ground. He does not care if he's underneath you. He feels better when his back is on the ground or he's on top of his opponent than he ever does on his feet.
Hizrev is no slouch to being on top, though, John. He's got great wrestling, good top control, and he loves to put in the work. And if you start to get up, he's not going to fight to take you back down. He's going to give you the space and go back to the feet.
Yeah, and he'll absolutely break away in the fight. He doesn't care about, oh, I'm not comfortable here right behind. I might just break away, but I'm always going to leave you with something to remind that I was there. Nice job by Smullen trying to hold on to that arm.
John, out of all Smullen's fights, so we've seen him countless times be in trouble, be rocked, be hurt, but guess what? He's still in the fight. He's a dog. He comes after you. He still keep wrestling, still trying to get the finish.
It's so true. Look at him going after the spinning back fist there. Richie Smullen is that guy that you can never count out of the fight. He is always coming after you. He's always trying to figure out a way that's going to work for him to get that win. I've seen it too many times where I thought, the fighter that he's against, too good an athlete, too good technically, Richie Smullen just finds a way to win.
John, you know this. You were a part of a large part of my career in refereeing and being around it all. But it really comes down to, I very rarely won the first round. I didn't have the power, I had the speed to stick and move. But Richie Smullen kind of falls into that. Sometimes he loses the first round. A lot of the time he loses the first round. But he comes back second, the third. Just keeps pushing, keeps grinding until you make a mistake because he fatigues you and then he capitalizes.
Richie Smullen reminds me of the guy that I was, the guy in the bar fight that you hit him with the bar stool and he just looks at you and grunts and you go, oh man, that's Richie Smullen in a fight.
Hizrev with a good positioning, keeping his hips directly in front of Smullen's. Working to the half guard position. You'll see a lot of top level wrestlers trying to get to that half guard because it's a little bit easier to control your opponent's body and keep their back flat to the canvas.
Yeah, if you can get that leg up and clamp down on that downward leg, it's an easy position for you to just control the hips. Hizrev doing a very nice job trying to just step over. Richie Smullen's got a very good guard. He's able to move his hips. He's got good elevation when he wants. He'll hook in the butterfly hooks.
And those elbows are nasty from the bottom, even though they don't look like they're landing hard. It just makes your opponent move. So he's making Hizrev move when he doesn't want to move, when he wants to slow the tempo of the fight down.
Hizrev really trying to crank down on that shot, putting a lot of power, getting some posture. When we talk about Dagestani fighters, why do we see such a wide variety? Because everyone has come to the point where they think of Habib Nurmagomedov being the guy, and he had that wrestling base, and you kind of get it with some other guys, but we get a lot of guys, and you look at the champion here in Bellator, his cousin Usman, big time stand-up, really doesn't want to go to the ground. Well, Hizrev is kind of the same way. He would rather be in the stand-up than be in a wrestling match.
Yeah, what you're going to find is that some of them came from, even though their family, they came from different parts of the camp in terms of Sambo. Some of them came from a Taekwondo-style background. Some of them came from the wrestling background. Big overhand right there by Hizrev.
Nice round for Hizrev.
Забилось, нормально. Все четко, просто не спеши, брат. Не спеши, не проваливайся. Ты его наоборот провалишь, он будет бить. Он вообще, брат, дырка, брат, стоит здесь. Дернул, атаковал, дернул. С ручи корпус хорошо заходит. Право через руку.
Hizrev early with the beautiful uppercut there, but what I was talking about earlier, he made the space and didn't smother his shots and then landed a little right check hook. Nicely done. Then he went back to the uppercut, made the space again by pushing back so he could create enough damage and space to land the bigger shots. Nicely done by Hizrev.
Getting ready for the start of the second round. Richie Smullen's going to have to do something to change that momentum, change that tempo of what's been going on so far.
Nice little left hook there by Hizrev. I like how he takes 2 steps back and then circles out. As soon as he starts to feel like he's getting his back to the fence, he makes sure he takes an angle.
And Richie Smullen coming off of a very big win against Peter Nadelski at Bellator 291. That was a split decision, and one that you look at, he grinded out that victory, and that's what he's going to have to try to find a way to do here against Hizrev.
What I want to see Richie Smullen do is move his head a little bit offline as he strikes to close that distance. See how he's keeping himself straight upright? It makes it easier for your opponent to hit him because they always know where to find your head.
Yeah, he looks like he's a little square to his opponent, which is opening up the ability for Hizrev to land these shots.
Oh, big shot though by Richie Smullen.
Beautiful inside trip by Hizrev. But again, isn't this basically what Richie Smullen wants? If I'm going to be somewhere, I want to be on the ground with you. And you can't blame him because that's where his skill set is best.
Well, you know, a lot of talking going back to Khabib. Remember, he wore at one of the weigh-ins, he wore the shirt that said if Sambo was easy, it'd be called jiu-jitsu. And a lot of the Sambo style fighters, what they say is that basically like jiu-jitsu is just a part of what they do, but they train everything: the wrestling defense, the jiu-jitsu defense, this judo defense, all of these things to play into it. So they understand what it takes to be from the top position. They're not threatened by a lot of jiu-jitsu players.
Got the crowd looking to try to give some kind of encouragement to Richie Smullen. So far, not a whole lot has gone his way in this match. Nice slicing elbow by Richie Smullen.
Looking to trying to pass that guard, at least get to the half guard there. He just lays flat on that leg, kind of suppresses the leg down, and then starts to slowly try to walk his body around it. That was a nice little knee tap attempt sweep there by Richie Smullen to kind of break his balance. Right to the pass by Hizrev. Nicely done.
But if you look into Hizrev's record, 12-0, but all of his stoppages have come in the first round. So now we're in the second round. It's kind of saying something about maybe he slows down a little bit. Maybe the whole, the pressure of the fight. He's looking good right now.
Well, we saw in that first round he had Smullen hurt. Yep. He made the space, realized that he didn't want to jeopardize overcommitting too much and getting tired, so that he started stepping back and letting the shots land.
Now, Richie Smullen's landing a lot of these little shots right now, but none of them are doing anything that's affecting the fight or doing anything that's making Hizrev change what he's doing.
When you're watching at home, what you're trying to see is like Hizrev's in the top position, but he wants that far side underhook, and right now he has the overhook, and so that's why Richie Smullen's able to try to come up on the half guard. on the single leg to get back to his feet. Nicely done.
Hizrev a lot cleaner in his stand-up, faster with his hands, but Richie Smullen just keeps on walking him down, coming forward.
John, I can attest to when you hit somebody with everything you got, like you were talking about the bar stool, but as you keep adding up, you're thinking, okay, one of these shots is going to finally wobble your legs a little bit, and I'm going to break the armor.
Yep.
It doesn't seem to be the case with Richie Smullen when you're fighting him. He'll take it, and then he'll kind of take a step back, but then he'll refocus on you and walk forward.
Yeah, you're right. He'll even show that, yeah, you know, he'll turn. That hurt me, but I'm back. You gotta love the heart of that, though. Not an easy thing to do. As we come to the end of the second round of this featherweight matchup.
Stop. Right.
Josh, is there any doubt in your mind what the score should be on the judges' scorecards?
John, I've learned not to charter into that.
That is such a weak excuse for you to not tell me what you think is going on in this cage.
I have learned over the years, John, not to dabble in that area, my man.
Stay out of the politics.
Yes, yes.
Out of it.
If I was to, hypothetically speaking, if I was to say who was going to be winning the first 2 rounds, I would say Hizrev's got it right now.
I would say so too.
This third round is where Richie Smullen gets to work.
This is the round that Richie Smullen pulls a lot of his fights out from.
Outside the line?
It's
from where, John?
Thank you.
Pulls them out from defeat. He gets the victory.
35.
Both these guys throwing heavy leather to start this third round.
Very heavy leather. Both really trying to turn it up.
I mean, you could say maybe Hizrev's corner and coaching understood that Smullen would still be there in the third. It looked like he got the takedown early in the second, kind of slow the tempo down, not push himself too much, now come out in the third, so he's fresh.
When you're looking at the featherweight division here in Bellator and you're thinking about Hizrev, if he gets the victory here tonight, who's someone that you would like to see them possibly match him up with?
You know, someone like a Masvidal maybe.
Would he want to go to the ground with Masvidal? I don't know, but Masvidal would definitely walk him down, similar to what Richie Smullen is doing.
Yep. It's a good style fight to see also, too, if we can pull this guy out of controlling the tempo of the fights, because he's been able to control the tempo of the fights here in Bellator. So if we get him someone like Masvidal who could moves his head real well offline, throws punching combinations right back. And
clean right hands, 2 of them right in a row. Those were heavy, thudding right hands. Richie Smullen just ate those. There's no doubt Richie Smullen, he's got a beard, man, because he is taking some shots.
Smullen, when he throws that jab, he's got to return it back to his face a little bit quicker. He's getting countered with that overhand right.
Nice job by Smullen, pull him up. Putting pressure on the neck.
Oh, there's that jab I was just talking about. The jab came out lazy, didn't return it back, and got hit with the overhand right.
Smullen's starting to wear a little bit of the damage that Hizrev has been able to apply during these 3 rounds. Clean body shot by Hizrev.
Hizrev is doing a good job of throwing his strikes and then moving himself offline and then circling and making sure he can't be countered.
He is. He's doing a great job with it, but Richie Smullen just showing, I keep walking forward. I keep putting pressure. Hizrev is doing a great job of dealing with that pressure, and he's landing a lot of shots. Something you want to see from a young fighter. Something you want to see as far as, I don't just stop because someone's coming forward.
John, it's one of the most exhausting things when you're landing big shots on someone and they keep walking forward and you've got to keep circling and staying away. You start realizing, man, no matter what I do, I should get the takedown. Slow the tempo of this fight down.
I need a break. Minute 15 left in the fight. Richie Smullen trying to somehow find a submission, find something that's going to change the course of this fight. Good elbows from underneath, but that's not going to be the things that's going to stop Timur Hizrev. Nice job of Hizrev to break him down there. But Smullen's done a good job with those elbows. Hizrev's going to have a couple of lumps on his head tonight, putting an ice bag.
But he'll also have a W in the
Yes, he will. No doubt about it.
John, you asked me, so who would you like to see Hizrev fight next in that featherweight division?
You know, I thought you brought up a really good candidate with Mads Burnell. Maybe Mads is a little too high right now in that position and stuff, but a little headbutt at the end there. But there's some people, if you're looking at it, it's a tough one. But I would say I don't know.
Well played, my friend. Well played. I would have said someone like Pedro Cavallo, but he's
exactly.
Also,
but he's above too.
He's fighting Aaron Pico next.
Exactly. And I would, I'd like to say, he's not ready for a Jeremy Kennedy or anybody like that. They're too high.
Adam Boris, Jeremy Kennedy.
Yeah, way off the scales. But we do have. I'm going to go with. I really like to see him with a submission guy, almost like a Lucas Brennan.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go down to your three judges: Chris Lee, Scott Jones, Ron McCarthy at cage side. All have it exactly the same, 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Timur Imam Hizrev.
30-27 across the board. Hizrev now goes to 13-0. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We have much more post-limb action coming your way. Our teletape for this light heavyweight matchup, and we have got a banger here. We've got Alex Polizzi, ranked number 5, going up against the Irishman Carl Moore at 8.
Yeah, look at the height and the reach is going to be his advantage. Try to hang on the head of Alex Polizzi to try to slow him down and use his reach to keep him at bay.
Let's get it up to our announcer, Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here at Trust Arena, we'll go back to the light heavyweight division. We're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds as we introduce the blue corner at 6'2", weighing in 205 pounds. Holding the number 8 ranking, he stands with 11 professional victories, 2 losses. He fights out of Belfast, Northern Ireland, Carl Moore. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 204 pounds even as a professional. 10 victories, only 2 defeats. Currently ranked at number 5. He fights out of Las Vegas, Nevada by way of Madison, Wisconsin, Alex Easy Polizzi. And the referee in charge, Rob Madrigal.
Our referee for this light heavyweight matchup, Rob Madrigal from here in the state of Illinois. Carl Moore looking much bigger than Alex Polizzi in the light heavyweight division. He is a huge light heavyweight.
Alex Polizzi's got the worst tattoos in the game, John.
That's a possibility. It is a possibility. And the one thing that we've seen from Alex Polizzi is he's had some just outstanding fights. He had just one of my favorite fights of all time when he fought Jose Augusto. Back and forth, and just nothing but heart in that fight. Came away with the win when you thought he was out. He got hit with knees that I thought would knock over a house, and he somehow made his way past him.
Yeah, when he fought Gugu that night, it was a fight that was electric from beginning to end. They came out swinging. There was flying knees, there was takedowns, there were slams, there was ground and pound. It was a well-rounded fight, and fantastic fight.
One of the big moments for Carl Moore, he went up against Carl Albrechtsen. He was like a plus 500 against Albrechtsen, and he got the submission victory. Unbelievable win in Dublin, Ireland.
But John, you said it earlier, he's huge for the weight.
He is.
I'm looking at him going, man, how do you even possibly make the weight?
Hollow bones. It's the only way. Polizzi's last fight was his fight against me. I poke. Never good when you get the eye poke. Let's see what occurs here. Here's a replay of the action. Moore comes forward, and Polizzi just tries to defend by putting the hand out. The fingers definitely go in the eye.
Polizzi even shook his hand because it probably hurt his finger.
One of the things that I like that I see out of Nevada right now is Nevada is allowing the doctors to have a wet towel that they can hand to the fighter to put in their eye. I think it helps in making your eye kind of settle down.
John, let me ask you this. Are you allowed to pour water in your eye to clear it?
No, they don't allow them to put, take water and pour or anything like that. You look at it's like you should be able to do, oh, big straight left hand. That caught Polizzi. This is the type of fights that Polizzi gets into. He just keeps on coming forward. He'll take shots. He took so many shots against Yoel Romero that he had broken his jaw in 2 places. That was not a good night, but when it comes to heart, there's no doubt that Alex Polizzi is never going to give in.
He's got to move his head offline because that straight left's finding a home every single time. John, I can't get over the size difference when you see them side by side.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right. They look like they're in 2 different weight classes, because I'm sure right now Carl Moore is probably weighing close to 225 to 230 pounds. Polizzi is a guy that you look at, almost a tweener, could almost go down into that middleweight division.
Nobody wants to suffer, man. I love you.
Not any more than I, which is apparent.
What I like that Carl Moore's doing, he's throwing the feints, and then he's letting the straight left come back, and he's giving away his space.
Good right hand by Polizzi. Shoots in, changes that level, goes to the takedown. We'll see if he can do something different. This will, at least he's crushed that range and that ability for Moore to stand on the outside and use that left hand.
Nice head kick off that exchange, though, by Polizzi. That straight left keeps finding a home every single time he throws it.
And he needs to throw it more. Does that make sense with Carl?
I like how Polizzi made the adjustments inside the cage. Most of the time, fighters have a hard time, even when they go back to their corner, making the adjustments. Did a great job. Look, the stand-up's not working for me. Let me get to wrestling.
Nice job by Polizzi. You saw Moore looking for the switch there. Back to getting himself to his feet. Good use of the cage by Carl Moore.
The old school foot stomps, John.
Marco Huas, baby. That's where those come from.
The funniest thing
King
is,
of the streets.
it still makes you move. Even if they don't hurt, you still lift your foot. I think the straight lefts were definitely the tail of that round. Carmel had the straight lefts and was able to keep him off balance with the punching power. And even in the wrestling, he wasn't able to. Carmel was able to pop right back up to his feet. Nicely done.
Absolutely. I would say that if you're looking at Carl Moore, did exactly what he wanted to do for most of that round. Polizzi at the end was looking for more takedowns, looking for the ability to try to change what was going on.
Round two, round two.
Once again, that straight left hand right down the pipe.
What he did was he feinted that short right hook and then came back with a straight left. Nicely done by him.
He does a very good job of making that thing pop straight out, straight back. Well trained.
I think that's a little bit more of what Polizzi needs to do. He needs to put that constant pressure so he can't set down on his punching power.
Right now, Polizzi's having a real problem with the range, getting himself inside. Now he's starting to make big lunging movements.
But out of those breaks, John, because he is the faster fighter and he obviously is a little bit smaller, he needs to, on the breaks, let the hands go.
Always exit with something that tells him, hey, you don't want me to be here. Polizzi has the possibility of maybe. Got squashed down right in the middle of that. Good job by Carl Moore.
Great job of circling around.
Needed to keep circling.
Moore has a big advantage right now in the punches landed, 22 to 4 so far in this fight.
There's been no doubt that Carl Moore has been the more effective fighter on the feet, and that's why Alex Polizzi is trying to get this thing to the ground.
John, you also know this, though, is that anytime someone starts wrestling, you start grinding on somebody, it starts slowing your opponent down when they're the bigger guy. You just keep pushing on him, We've seen Alex Polizzi just grimy, just keep going, and look at what he's doing right now. He's onto the top position. Now he can start to do work.
Very nice job by Polizzi to get there, but almost caught. Good job by Polizzi to make sure that doesn't happen. Put both hands inside those legs. Let's see if he can keep him here. Nice elevation by Carl Moore.
Nice job on that hook sweep. At least enough to create space so he can come up on the single leg.
He got the hips a little bit light, got him up in the air, and that was all he needed.
Right back to the single leg dump he's trying to hit. He just doesn't stop.
Just like a pit bull, man, tenacious going after it. You know, that's what we've seen from Alex Polizzi every time we've seen him fight. So it's not something that we don't expect. The real difference here is the size matter. I think the size is going to start to wear down on him. And the power of Carl Moore.
Nice takedown.
Very nice takedown, going backside with it. We've seen that Carl Moore on the ground, he's got a good submission game, so Polizzi needs to be very tight. Nice job. Got too high on that. Polizzi almost goes him out.
He overstepped on that left leg and then he forgot about his right leg, and then Carl Moore was able to come out on the left side underhook.
But this is a good, right now, good position for Polizzi. He needs to maintain this top position. If you want to look for the submission, go ahead. Try to do some damage, but right now he's not getting hit by that left hand.
He's attacking that straight arm locker, looking for Kimura.
Good work by Polizzi. Good look towards, I knew it was going to come over. Nice. But that was an all-strength going with that. Very strong move by Carl Moore. That burned a lot of energy.
Utilize that fence to help kick him all the way over. Give him the leverage to get him over. Polizzi back on the grind, though, doing what he does.
Great job by Polizzi to get back to that top position. Only 15 seconds left in the round.
John, is this enough to steal the round?
You know, you can take a look and say he's done good work from the top position. He looked for the submission. There really wasn't anything there. He got swept, but he got the position back. A couple of shots in the beginning of the round were pretty sharp by Carl Moore, though.
That's kind of a whippy answer. Who scored the round? Who won the round, John?
Excuse me. I am the play-by-play man. You are the color man. I am going to ask you.
I'm gonna give that round to Alex Polizzi. I think it's 1-1 going into the third.
Oh, I like
close,
that. I like
Same
it.
thing. We carry
It is a
that
close
shit
fight.
straight back, okay? Watch that high kick. Keep that right hand high, okay? A lot of feints right out the gate. We're gonna look fresh right off the gate, okay? Okay. Big breath. Catch your breath.
Hook and straight right. Set up that takedown and let's just walk out of here, okay? All right? You got to do damage when you got him on the ground.
Yeah.
Position first, then damage, okay?
He's giving you that mount, too.
Yeah.
Okay? If you enter, you stop that
But
head.
don't let him.
Because they're not
Lead his corner. He's telling him all the right things, John.
Absolutely. Will Fleury there in the corner of Carl Moore.
Round three, round three.
Polizzi needs to start. There you go. Changing levels and getting into Carl Moore's legs. Trying to keep this from being a stand-up battle where he's going to eat shots from the outside. Very nice uppercut by Carl Moore.
Nice head kick, though, by Polizzi.
Good tenacious attack. Kept after him. Didn't stop.
He's doing a good job of defending, trying to keep that wide base. Hit the knees up the middle and try to get him to separate his hips and back out like he just did.
No matter what, Polizzi is tiring Carl Moore out. Just mentally saying, I'm tired of you shooting on my legs.
I mean, if you're Carl Moore, do you try and get the takedown now? Put your heavy, your bigger body on top of Polizzi and try to slow him down. Because we've seen Polizzi before in the past, John, and we know he's not going to stop. He's going to keep coming forward. His fight with Yoel Romero, his jaw was broken in 2 places, and he just kept coming forward. No quit.
Not the smartest thing. Not the smartest thing. But no, he's got no quit, and we've seen that in multiple fights. This guy comes to fight and he's going to give everything he has. He's the kind of guy you're looking for because he always brings it. He's never going to stop and just do the minimum. He's going to try to do everything he can to walk out the winner in the fight. The fence didn't help him with that right there. If that was out in the middle of the mat, there would have been a difference in body positions. This is what happens. You go out and you start eating these shots right here. Not a good thing for Polizzi.
You have to have cage awareness when you hit submissions like that. Beautiful job by flipping him over the top.
Great job, and that's what happens when you don't utilize your legs. You got to have those hooks in. was similar to Chael Sonnen against Fedor Emelianenko.
Yes, it was. 2 minutes, a lot of time, and his corner told him you've got to do damage if you're in the top position.
He did.
That second round was close, could be anyone's round.
But it's not easy to do damage from side control because you only have a couple ways to attack. You can try to use the elbow. It's a great tool. Or you look towards the crucifix position to open up with either elbows or punches. But you're normally generally using both arms to control the body, so it's a hard time attacking offensively.
Pleasy's corner was telling him, hey, he's giving you the mount. He's giving you the mount. Try to get to the mount position and do damage from that top position. So we'll see if he tries working to that mount position. The problem is when you're fighting someone or with someone that's a little bit bigger than you, you go to the mount, it's almost easier for them just to roll you over.
At times, you get to that mount, you want to do something to settle the hips down, put a lot of heavy pressure on him. Here he goes. He almost went.
He's got to turn his feet away from the fence so he can't utilize that fence to wall walk and try to buck him off again like he did in the second.
Good pass right now, and he does.
Got to walk him away.
But he's going to use that fence. You know, that's going to give him that leverage to be able to buck him over.
Well, not only that, he went right to the mount, John. So it was bucking him over, but going to the mount. Great job by Polisi, though.
There it comes again. Polisi ends up in the top position. You got to give him credit. He's done a great job throughout this fight of making Carl Moore end up underneath him in these grappling exchanges.
We talk about fight IQ all the time on our podcast weighing in. I got to be honest, John, this was a perfectly executed fight IQ for Alex Polisi. He made the adjustments in the cage while the fight was going, which is very difficult. Great job by him.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he's going to win.
We're going to find out. Both men got their hands up in the air, a little bit tired, and I don't blame either one. They put a lot of energy out in that fight. A lot of damage done. Big shots by Carl Moore. Great grappling exchanges by Alex Polisi. Now up to Michael C. Williams for our official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we go to your three judges at cage side. Chris Lee, Scott Jones, Ron McCarthy. All who have it the same at 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Carl Moore.
Carl Moore getting the unanimous decision victory, 29-28 on all three judges' scorecards. It was a close fight either way. I thought that Alex Polisi did a great job, especially in that third round, of controlling Carl Moore. Carl Moore landed the better strikes. I thought Polisi basically had the better grappling, but Carl Moore walks away with the victory. For everyone out there, we have much more bonus coverage coming your way of our post-limb fights. Stay tuned. Our tail of the tape for this lightweight matchup, we have got Mike Magic Hamill taking on Shamil Nakaev.
John, they're virtually identical.
10-0 against 10-5, but I'll tell you what, Mike Hamill has had some incredible matchups here in Bellator. They have never given him an easy opponent, and man, they didn't do it to him again. This is going to be a burner. Let's go to our announcer, Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here in Chicago, Bellator 297 continues now as we go 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 156 pounds even, now 1-0 in the Bellator cage overall. He stands undefeated as a professional, 10 victories, no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Shamil Nakaev. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 155 pounds, victorious in his last fight with a 42-second TKO. He enters tonight 10 professional victories, 5 losses. Introducing Magic Mike Hamill. And your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go!
Nakaev, very good stand-up. We've watched it before. This guy explodes into shots, hides his kicks very well. He's got good wrestling. Mike Hamill knows everything that he's going to be faced with in this fight, but Mike Hamill's got great wrestling too, and he can take anybody down.
He's got great wrestling. He's also got great stand-up in terms of his striking, his kick. He puts it all together very well.
One of the things, if you're looking, you got to really be, cognizant of. Mike Hamill came in first off on a couple days' notice to take on Adam Borch and lost a split decision in that, put on a great performance. And then his second opponent here at Bellator, they gave him Usman Nurmagomedov. Who hates him?
Yeah, but he was also able to get a takedown or two against Usman. He wasn't able to hold him down, but he was able to sit him to his butt real quick, and he bounced right back up.
Oh, he got hit with a big shot. He is hurt. That was a big shot by Nakaev. Hamill running now.
Nakaev's got to make space. Don't smother himself too much.
Took him down. He's going to give him time to recover. Well, landing shots. Nakaev really going after. That's big, heavy shots right there. This is why Nakaev is undefeated at this point in his career. He's burning a lot of energy.
And Hamill will still be there if he can survive this. He's one of those fighters that will weather the storm.
Oh, he took another big shot there, Josh. You can only take so many of those before they add up and the computer goes off. Still on wobbly legs. This is the best thing that Mike Hamill can do right here. Stay in the clinch, keep him tight, don't accept any more damage.
Nakaev exerted a lot of energy during those exchanges.
He's gonna have to grab some air.
He's making his space right now, walking down. Hamill still looks a little wobbly.
He just got hit again with a clean left hand.
That was a nice knee up the middle though by Hamill. Oh, beautiful elbow off that break.
Great action by both guys here. They are just going broke. It is non-stop. Hamill's been hurt multiple times in this fight, but he keeps on fighting his way back.
John, we talk about fighters being in shape all the time, and the recovery is a lot faster when you get in trouble, you get rocked when you're in phenomenal shape. We've seen Hamill get rocked before. He's in phenomenal shape. He comes back and does a great job of the rest of the fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nakaev sits down on his punch and he has got some power. Heavy hands.
This is a fast-paced first round, John.
Just ask Nakaev. He's like, what happened, man? I thought I was going to get this guy out of here. Mike Hamill's going to have to figure out a way for him to get inside and be able to land shots that are going to get him into those wrestling exchanges where he can actually take the fight down and be in the top position. At this point, you can see he's just eating the bigger shots continuously in this round.
And then even when Hamill does get off, Nakaev is also just able to slip underneath or come out on the other side. He's hitting him.
Oh,
and then making a miss.
That left hand has found a home.
That right hand just found a home as well.
Absolutely. Nekhaev, manhandle is tough. Nekhaev has landed 33 shots so far in this round. And I would say that 3/4 of them have been heavy shots.
Nekhaev's landed on a 50% clip there, John. 50%.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good.
Lean break.
How do you feel? It looks great. Hey, let me see you slow down just a little bit.
John, the story of Nekhaev in this round was obviously all the big shots that he was able to put down on Mike Hamill. And just came over the top every single time. Hamill's having a hard time with that range, and he was able to clip him almost like right on the behind the ear. Wobbled him a little bit, kind of smothered himself, but those little short choppy shots really do the work and do the damage. Did the same thing after he landed the shots. Right hand, left hand. Hamill trying to get away to make space to recover.
It was amazing that Hamill took so many big shots and recovered from all of them, showing the kind of grit that he has, because, man, I'll tell you what, a lot of guys would not have survived that round.
Gentlemen, round 2.
Hamill looks fully recovered coming out of the second round there, John. Good pep in his step.
We know he's got a gas tank, and we know he goes. That's what he needs to do right there. Change this. Nice job of trying to switch, turn it the opposite way. Nekhaev's got good wrestling defense.
And that tempo in the first round was so fast, I was surprised. Because you normally, when you go back to the corner after the first round of exerting that much energy, it kicks in that you're tired. And you come out in the second round, you're like, man, I'm exhausted.
I'm tired now, yeah.
And they came out like the first round never happened, John. This is kind of a good game plan by Hamill, though. Keeping them in close, take away those big power shots, crush the space.
He definitely has to continue to move to his left to stay away from the power of that left hand, because that left hand has been just a laser finding the chin of Mike Hamill. Good clubbing right hand by Mike Hamill there.
Call that setting up the shots and the takedowns. Not doing it raw dog. What he did was he waited for Nekhaev to go ahead and set up his big shot, and he lowered his level and shot in. Nicely done.
Well, this right here is a good opportunity for Mike Hamill. He does have him on his back. We'll see what he can do. Mike, normally very busy with his ground and pound, lands big elbows. Nekhaev trying to work his way out of it. Nice job by Mike Hamill, but Nekhaev up on his feet again. Big knee. Nekhaev says, yeah, that did nothing.
Was a little bit more loopy with his strikes. You got to start throwing them right down the pipe, because that's how Nekhaev's beating him to the pace, to the punch.
Pace or punch? Either one. We don't know.
I was trying to say punch and face.
I love how Nekhaev keeps on looking at him and shaking his head like, yep, that was good.
Both of these guys fighting at a crazy pace right now, John.
Both these guys have absolutely put it out there right now. And it's the amazing part for me is the transitions that both guys have had at times and the way that they've been able to just fight through what the other guy is trying to do, get themselves back to where they feel superior. But Mike Hamill hurt in the first round badly. He's looked good in this round.
Nicely done on a level change. Penetration all the way through. Nemkov not settling on his hip though and jumping right back up to his feet as fast as he could.
Look at how quick Nemkov gets back to his feet. That's just outstanding work right there.
It's beautifully done because you can never settle in on the bottom. Otherwise, once your back goes flat, it's easier to control you on the bottom. After that first round, though, Mike Hamill's worked his way back into this fight. I mean, this round is very close, John.
It is a close round, and it's really a question of the grind versus the technique.
If you want, that wrestling's there too.
Got Bryce Meredith, though, right there in the corner of Mike, working the wrestling, grinding away. Great addition to the Bellator family as well.
Take it. Take it if you want to drink. Hey. Hey.
John Crouch is very subtle in his approach as a coach. You know, the way he talks, you better finish this guy this round.
John, I got nothing but respect for coaches that tell their fighters the truth.
Absolutely, that's the best. That's what you're looking for. You can't have someone that's going to sit there and not give you the information you need. And everyone's different in the way they receive it. And those coaches know their fighters. So. Hammer really looking to get this back to that grappling range. Not that he hasn't had success there. He's had success in being able to get him down to the ground. But Nemkov has always been able to get back to his feet.
What I like he's doing now is he's feinting, getting Nemkov to react, and then lowering his level and getting in deep on the penetration. Finishing is, the wrestling doesn't start until you get in there. Everyone's like, oh yeah, you got in deep. Yeah, the wrestling doesn't start until you get there. It's all the work is when your shoulders and your body hits their hips.
You can tell, though, that the pace of Mike Hamill has really put Nemkov in a position where he's starting to wear down as far as his output. It's the pace of Hamill and just that grind that he brings. Shamil is still in this, still fighting well, but he has slowed down.
But John, there's a little bit of mental that goes into that as well. I had you out of here in the first round, or I should have had you out of here in the first round. I went hard at you. You're still here. Why are you still here? And now I'm getting tired. And now I'm pressed against the fence, potentially losing this round. I mean, I know we're only a minute and a half in, but I'm saying, like, now it's being pushed on me when I was the one dictating the pace early in this fight.
You're absolutely right. But these are the positions Nemkov was getting himself out of earlier in the fight, and now you can see he's not. Nice turn of the position by Nemkov. He goes for the takedown here.
Hammill trains with Benson Henderson. He's real slick against the fence at defending takedowns. I'm sure it trickles all down to all the other fighters.
You saw right there with Nemkov, his hands were going down on the legs. All of a sudden, nope, they're coming up because, oh, I got a problem. That's just nice defensive fighting by Hamill. Beautiful knee up inside.
Using that little frame on that forearm, make the space, create the knee, and get in there. Nicely done by Mike Hamill. Get his back up off the fence.
Nice job of going after him right away, too. Hamill's just a dog. He just keeps on. clamping down on Nemkov, forcing the pace, making him work at a point where it's uncomfortable.
It's the scrambling ability. They both were in a position that whoever could get their hips up higher to get to this position. Mike Hamill beat him to the punch.
Mike Hamill trying to look to be the first guy to put a mark on the career of Shamil Nemkov. He's got 1:40 left in this round.
And that timing gives him the feint, makes him react, lowers the level, gets in deep.
But again, Nemkov able to bring him back up, controlling. Great pace, great pressure by Mike Hamill. But you can tell Nemkov is just a technically good fighter. He does everything well.
When you have fighters that are 10-0 though, John, they're, however, they're undefeated, they need fights like this before they get up into that upper echelon of fighters. They have to dig deep, get through it, and work hard. This is a good test for him.
Absolutely. You need that fight where you have to suck it up. You have to bite down on that mouthpiece. 30 seconds left in this fight. He's still looking to try to put that left hand on Mike Hamill, and Hamill is looking to try to get one more takedown, one more shot on him. Outstanding effort by both men in this fight. Both really put a ton of energy out. Great competition. And it goes to the judges' scorecards. What does Burt Watson tell you never to allow happen?
Don't let it go to the judges. They'll make you cry.
Make you cry.
John, I'm going to throw a little wrench in all this. Was the first round a potential 10-8 round?
Absolutely could have been.
And Mike Hamill potentially could have won the second, and I had him winning the third.
Did you have him winning the third?
Yes, I did.
I had him winning the third. I'm not too sure about the second.
Why are you always second-guessing me?
I'm not second-guessing you. I'm just telling you that you are now saying this is a draw.
I'm saying I'm going to throw a wrench in it. When I said I throw a wrench in it, I'm saying this could potentially end up being a draw.
How big of a wrench are you throwing? It was a great fight.
Great fight.
Outstanding job. Huge heart by Mike Hamill to get himself out of that first round.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance at the 3 non-stop rounds of action, we'll go to your 3 judges. Your first round, McCarthy scores the fight 28-28. He has the fight even. His scorecard, however, overruled by judges Chris Lee and Scott Jones, who both see the fight the same at 29-28. They have it for the winner by majority decision, Magic Mike Hamill.
Boy, that is what a tenacious attitude and a never stop desire will do for you, because Mike Hamill was hurt bad in that first round. And he came back winning the second and third round there. Outstanding job by Mike Hamill, but I do agree with the 10-8 round in the first.
I agree with it as well. And that second round was a toss-up. Really decided on what you thought was more important. It was the takedowns, the control as much as he possibly could. Hamill had some good work in the second as well. Third round, I gave it to Hamill. So
we have 2 more fights coming up on our Postlim shortly. Stay tuned. Well, do we have a welterweight matchup for you with Kyle Crutchmer versus Bobby Nash? Josh, we're talking about a reach advantage for Mr. Nash.
Go ahead, John. You do the math on it for me. But yes, he does have a big reach advantage. He also has a very
6.5 inch reach advantage.
And the height advantage.
Let's get this to Michael C. Williams.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 6 foot, weighing in 171 pounds even. His professional record 12 wins, 4 losses. He fights out of Roseville, Michigan, Bobby Nash. And across the cage his adversary out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 171 pounds as a professional. 9 victories, 2 defeats. Fighting out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Kyle Crutchmer. And the referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
Our referee for this welterweight match, Mr. Jason Herzog in the middle. Bobby Nash against Kyle Crutchmer. Josh, this is really a wrestler versus wrestler match because Kyle Crutchmer coming out of Oklahoma State, fantastic collegiate wrestler. Bobby Nash, he's got a wrestling background. He lives off of wrestling. How do you see this?
I mean, I look at Kyle, he's got to just give the feints, almost like a Mike Hamill type fight. He's got to give the feints, lower the level, get in deep on the takedowns, not give up on him. Work his way up to the body lock, look to knee trip, all along those lines. He's got to be very careful because Nash has big power in his hands. He's kind of a wild fighter. He'll I don't want to say herky-jerky, but he has that style of keeps you guessing.
Yeah, he's got sometimes almost like a Keith Jardine approach.
Well, I look at him a lot more like a Mike Shipman.
Yeah, good point.
They're stiff. Like Jardine was he kind of flew. He was fluid a little bit.
Did you just say Keith Jardine was fluid?
He's fluid. He kind of moved off of his movement.
Do you even know what the word fluid means? Kyle Crutchmer in on this. We'll see if he can finish this takedown. Nice job by Nash to get back to his feet. Crutchmer now fighting out of Dallas, Texas with Fortis MMA.
This is his first fight with that camp. He was there with...
Nice lateral.
This is what I was talking about. When he fought Jaleel Willis, he would shoot the double leg, wouldn't get it, he'd back out, go back to his feet. Working his way up to the body lock, utilizing these trips, these foot sweeps, inside trips, all the things that I know he's really good at. I've trained with Kyle for years, got a beautiful duck under, great foot sweeps. Glad to see him utilizing all of his weapons and tools.
Nice job by Bobby Nash to get himself up and out. He's got a very long jab, man. He needs to really think about popping that thing out a little bit more.
But John, you know, if you have that reach and that long jab and those long push kicks, if you're missing your mark, you tend to get tired.
Anytime you miss, it takes twice the amount of energy.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Kyle right now. He's giving him the feints, making him throw the shot, and then coming back in and throwing heavy shots. I've sparred and worked a lot with Kyle. He's got a beard on him. He can take a shot. But it comes down to after you take the shot, what do you do with it? You take it, you got to deliver something right back to make them, to gain their respect.
Well, not too sure about the movement of Nash. He's getting a little frustrated with how quick Nash is to move himself out of range. Clean shot. Very nice right hand by Kyle Crutchmer. He's really, oh, here you go.
Shot.
Bobby Nash needs to move. Don't just sit there and be a punching bag. That big shot. And it's all over. Big knockout win for Kyle Crutchmer.
Nicely done. When he got to that top position also, he was hitting him with those small shots, and then he turned him to the other side to make sure he hit the shots that were clean on the chin. Nicely done by Kyle.
Let's take a replay of that knockout, Josh. That right hand is what sent him down, but it was actually the movement and these shots on the ground, because he actually makes it through this. And then, talk me through those hammer fists.
So what he did was he used that Dagestani handcuff, pulled him backwards, sat him back to his back, and hit him with the hammer fist from the other side. You can only take so many of those after you've been rocked. It was that overhand right off that lazy jab. Came in over the top, nicely done as he sat him down, he spun to the back. That's something that's very important. You don't want to stay in front of them for them to grab your legs. These shots aren't landing, but see how he changes the direction. Puts it back to the flat, hammer fist, Herzog calls the stop.
That's a big win for Kyle Crutchmer. He needed that. Let's get it up to Michael C. Williams for our official call.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 3 minutes, 42 seconds into round number 1. Referee Jason Herzog steps in, waves off the contest due to strikes. The winner by TKO, Kyle Crutchmer.
Big win for Kyle Crutchmer. That's a TKO that he's going to remember for a while. First win with Fortis MMA. We've got one more fight for you, so do not go away. We've got a big fight that you're going to enjoy watching. Stay tuned. Well, we've got a heavyweight matchup for you. Our tail of the tape for the heavyweights.
John, they're both big men.
264, 261. 30 years of age for Vladimir Govea. Gabriel Sayek, 36. 1-1 versus 1-0.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to conclude Bellator 297, and we'll do it now with 3 5-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Introducing the blue corner at 6'2", weighing in 261 pounds. His professional record early on, 1-1. He fights out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Karate Kid, Gabriel Sayeg. And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 264 pounds. After a successful professional and Bellator debut, he now stands at 1-0, fighting out of San Francisco, California, by way of Goiânia, Goiás, Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Vladimir Blanco Gouveia. And your referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Let's go!
And here we go. Got a haymaker special going on here. Oh, big! Oh, that hurt him bad. That body shot hurt him bad. He is done. It is all over. No way he was going to survive that body shot. You could hear it. Vladimir Govea just annihilated him. He is still falling down on the ground. That's the way a heavyweight fight is supposed to go down, Josh Thompson.
Govea's got great submissions, good takedowns. Ralph Gracie in his corner, legendary Ralph Gracie in his corner, goes out there and stands.
Don't you talk to me about the lightweights. Did you see that? Did you see what happened right there? That's what I'm talking about. Heavyweights, baby.
John knows everything about heavyweights. That's why we call him Big John. It was just the big shots right off the bat. They both came out for exchanges. That's what we saw in their first fights. It was just Govea that was landing the clean shots. He made enough space to create the distance to land the big shot. So watch as he falls up, big kick right to the body, nicely done. If he would have smothered himself, that kick would have never have landed. He would have stayed in that boxing range. After you land that body shot, John, what does it feel like? Your whole body shuts down.
It's horrible.
Nothing you can do about it.
You try to hold yourself up. It's just a horrible feeling, but that was a big time shot. And he did a great job of making space.
Ladies and gentlemen, the night comes to a close. 20 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, still undefeated, Vladimir Blanco Gouveia.
We had a great night of fights here tonight in Chicago. I want to say good night to everyone. My man Josh Thompson, I'm John McCarthy. Have a great one.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Francis Ngannou. Subscribe now.